order. And at this time, I'd like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory in the Métis homeland, and acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nakota Iska, as well as Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. I'll begin with the roll call of committee members. Councillor Morgan.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Rutherford.
Good morning.
Good morning. And joining us in the River Valley room is Councillor Tang.
Good morning.
Good morning. And I'll see who we have online. Mayor Knack.
Good morning.
Good morning. And Councillor Parmar.
Good morning.
Good morning. Before we consider today's agenda, I will ask all members of council present if they have any pecuniary or conflicts of interest to declare regarding any of the items to be discussed. A pecuniary interest exists when an item could monetarily affect a member of council, their employer, or family member. A conflict of interest exists when an item could affect a private interest of a member of council, their employer, or family member. Do any members of council have a pecuniary or conflict of interest to declare? Hearing no declared pecuniary or conflicts of interest, we will move to adoption of the agenda. Can I get a motion to move adoption?
I can motion that.
Thank you, Councillor Morgan.
And I can read it out if you like.
All right.
That the June 8th, 2026 Community and Public Services Committee meeting agenda be adopted with the following change: deletion of 7.1 Community Safety and Wellbeing Framework.
Thank you. Any questions? I do have one. I'm just wondering what other information is needed for that is being delayed. As we wait for Deputy City Manager Jen Flaman.
That is an agenda management conversation, looking to have some further conversations with council in advance before we bring forward that report.
Okay, I think that's a good reason then. Thank you very much. Sorry to make you come all the way up. Okay. So hearing no other questions, please vote on adoption of the agenda.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Mayor Knack.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. And next I'll take a motion to approve the minutes.
I can motion that.
Thank you. Any errors or omissions? No, please vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Mayor Knack.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. And that is carried. We have a number of council protocol recognition items for this morning, and I think we'll start with Councillor Rutherford, please.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Good morning. June is Pride Month in Edmonton. Every year at this time, members of the gender, sexual, and romantic minority communities and their allies join together in celebrating hard-earned progress towards equity. Together, we remember the many reasons we take pride in our city. For example, we can take pride in the fact that Edmontonians can love and marry the person of their choice. We take pride that our city is a safe haven for refugees and immigrants from around the world to escape prosecution. And we take pride that residents of every gender identity and sexual orientation are protected by our laws and bylaws from discrimination and hate. At events throughout the month, Edmontonians wave rainbow flags, wear bright colors, and cheer on those who showcase what it means to live authentically. It is still a form of protest today, and one that I'm proud that we can still have in our city. And organizations across our city take time to focus on supporting equality, diversity, and inclusion in the workplace, including the city of Edmonton. But the work is far from over. Despite decades of activism and advocacy, members of the gender, sexual, and romantic minority community are still experiencing prejudice, underrepresentation, and misunderstanding. City Council and City Administration remain deeply committed to creating a city where everyone can experience belonging and contribute their best. An example of this is the city's 2S LGBTQIA+ Safe Spaces Action Plan. This plan is shaped by the voices and experiences of the 2S LGBTQIA+ individuals and aims to build safer, more inclusive Edmonton, where every person can live authentically and without fear. I share my sincere thanks to the many city employees, local organizations, sponsors, and community members for supporting Pride Month and all it stands for. I hope that everyone gets out and enjoys at least one Pride event this month, and I wish you all a truly joyful celebration. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. I'll move next to Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Chair Wright. I'd like to acknowledge that yesterday, June 7th, was Canadian Armed Forces Day, which is celebrated annually on the first Sunday in June. This day honors the dedication and sacrifices of active duty members, reservists, and veterans of the Canadian Armed Forces and their families. Members of the Canadian Armed Forces represent our country with pride, compassion, strength, and often face difficult situations that make extraordinary sacrifices so our fundamental rights and freedoms continue to be protected. We owe a tremendous debt of gratitude to both veterans and those on active duty, along with their families and loved ones who continuously support their careers. Whether protecting Canada's sovereignty abroad or performing disaster relief, search and rescue, or coastal and air surveillance at home, the unwavering support for this country shown by members of our armed forces is something we cannot take for granted. Whether you are military personnel or a family member, you are an important part of our city's success, and your bravery and support have an immeasurable impact on our quality of life here in Edmonton. We extend our appreciation to our troops for your loyal service and contributions to foster a safe, peaceful city for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. And our final protocol item today marks the end of Seniors Week, which ran from June 2nd to 8th. As our city continues to grow and we welcome new people, we remain committed to supporting those who have helped us succeed and prosper for so long. Edmonton is part of a global movement exploring what actions our cities can take to enhance the ongoing health, participation, and security of seniors. The Age-Friendly Edmonton initiative seeks to build a city that values, respects, and actively supports the well-being of seniors. An age-friendly city is a place where older adults are respected and included, safe in their homes and communities, and where they are engaged, participating, and contributing to their communities. A key component of our vision for an age-friendly Edmonton is one that supports the well-being of older adults. And we know that older adults consistently expresses a desire to age in their communities as long as they can. An age-friendly city isn't something that can be achieved on our own. To realize our vision, all levels of governments and community organizations need to take a collaborative approach. We will continue to work in our communities to support Edmonton seniors as best we can, and we will keep pushing our federal and provincial counterparts to do the same. Thank you. All right, next we will move into the business of the day by selecting items for debate. Councillor Morgan.
I'll select item 7.3.
Thank you. Anybody else? I'll select 7.2 then, please. Okay, so that takes care of all of our items. There's no items not selected because that one was deleted. Requests to speak. We do have a number of public speakers today, so
We do need to vote on the reports not selected for debate, so there are the requests to reschedule.
I'm sorry, okay. The 5-1 and 5-2. Okay, so I will take a motion, or let's just vote on the reports not selected for debate.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. And that is carried. And so now, clerk, can you read back what we have approved?
Today, we passed the following reports without debate. Item 5.1, fireworks management, communications, regulatory options, and 2026 Diwali pilot with a revised due date of June 29th, 2026. And item 5.2, City of Edmonton Peace Officer Authorities with a revised due date of August 10th, 2026.
Thank you very much. Okay, so now I will just read through our expectations for the public speakers. And before we begin our discussion, I want to share my expectations for the conduct of everyone participating to ensure a safe and inclusive environment and workplace. These expectations apply to both in-person and virtual attendees. Hearing from the public is an important part of Council's process, so we know the full diversity of opinions that exist in our community. As meeting chair, my role is not to moderate the nature or content being discussed, but to ensure behaviors support a safe, respectful, and neutral space for my colleagues, city employees, and the public. Disrespectful comments, including those directed at individual staff members or other speakers, profane language or gestures, and behaviors such as shouting, cheering, or clapping, or political campaigning will not be tolerated. In addition, use of the raise hand feature, chat, emoticon response, or AI note-taking tools in the virtual meeting are not permitted. I will direct the city clerk to have security remove anyone violating these expectations. I will not provide any additional warnings, and once removed, the person will not be permitted to rejoin the meeting. This meeting is being live streamed, and everyone is welcome to watch online. So with that, we will go to the first item, which is 7.2, evaluation of investment options for day spaces.
We do need to vote to hear from the speakers.
Okay, sorry. It's been a long weekend hosting the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, which was a success, and thank you to all those that came out and volunteered. Yes, please vote on that.
So I move that Community and Public Services Committee hear from the following speakers and panels where appropriate on item 7.2, evaluation of investment options for day spaces. 1, Tim Pasma, Hope Mission, remote. Raquel Farrow, remote. Nazret Roussan, Edmonton Coalition on Housing and Homelessness, remote. Brady Harris, Edmonton Downtown Business Association, in person. Candace Noble, Bissell Center, in person. Eric Chu, The Mustard Seed, in person. Jordan Rayner, Boyle Street Community Services, in person. And Christopher Batdorf, in person. And then on item 7.3, the Edmonton Federation of Community League Stormwater Management changes. 1, Laura Cunningham Chappelle, Edmonton Federation of Community Leagues, in person, and James Bradshaw, the Ridge Community League, in person.
Thank you very much. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. And that is carried. I'll just double check with the clerk. Now may I call up administration?
Yes, if we've already gone through the councillor inquiry saying there's none and everything else, yes, you may.
Good morning. My name is Jennifer Flaman, and I'm the Deputy City Manager of Community Services. I'm joined here today by Stacey Galatly, Branch Manager of Social Development, Hanny Kwan, Director of Affordable Housing and Homelessness, and Rachel Putt, Manager of Housing Policy and Homelessness. Is this working? I'm coming in and out.
It's kind of going in and out. Do we still have tech here?
A number of additional members of administration are also available for questions.
Do you want to maybe try Stacy's or whoever else is close?
Good morning. My name is Rachel Putt. I'm the Manager of Housing Policy and Homelessness, and a number of members of administration are also available for questions today. We're here today to present the evaluation of investment options for day spaces. We've prepared a short presentation explaining the role of day spaces in the homeless system of care and an evaluation of the city's investment in day spaces this past winter, including future investment options. Next slide, please. Day spaces are safe, low-barrier environments that help people meet their basic needs, provide protection from the elements, and create additional access points to support services. They operate on a spectrum from temporary respite to comprehensive community service hubs, and in Edmonton's context, serve a variety of people, including unsheltered, precariously housed, and housed individuals. Following direction from Council in November 2025, administration distributed $1 million to extend operating hours at 4 existing day space sites run by Boyle Street Community Services, iHuman Youth Society, and the Mustard Seed. Total hours increased by 155% across these 4 sites, extending into evenings and weekends for diverse populations in different parts of the city. Next slide. For people experiencing homelessness, the Crisis Services Continuum in Edmonton consists of 4 broad interventions that offer multiple entry points to services that reflect the diversity and complexity of need in the community. A person may engage with 1 or more entry points to find a pathway that ultimately addresses the root cause of their instability. Edmonton has more than 2,000 emergency and transitional shelter spaces across 15 sites. These are the primary crisis services for folks in need of shelter, basic needs services, referrals, and immediate housing support in Edmonton. The Navigation Center is a centralized hub complementary to emergency shelters and provides rapid access to critical resources like housing support programs, identification, income assistance, and medical supports. Both of these interventions are funded and regulated by the Government of Alberta. City-funded outreach programs primarily focus on pre-housing support and case management for individuals who are in crisis in public spaces and typically not accessing services elsewhere. Examples include programs like 24/7 crisis diversion and 3 city-funded street outreach teams, which includes 2 Indigenous-led teams. Provincially funded housing teams also include a form of outreach by supporting houseless individuals to meet with landlords, apply for rentals, and access supplementary supports needed to secure tenancy. Day spaces complement the work of shelters, outreach, and support services by providing inclusive options for immediate respite, community connection, and safe indoor space for vulnerable folks. Day spaces are primarily funded by organizations through donations and small operating grants. While crisis services are a necessary component of the social safety net, the depth of need for these services is heavily influenced by the availability of preventative solutions. A robust housing, health, and social ecosystem fundamentally reduces the need for crisis intervention by preventing emergencies before they happen. Next slide, please. With additional city funding, day space usage increased by 169% compared to the same time period last year, noting one of the day spaces, Wawatewa, run by Boyle Street Community Services, was not operational in winter 2024-25. The most substantial growth occurred at iHuman Youth Society, which saw a 321% increase in visits within the funded period. Due to the temporary and limited nature of funding, operators could not hire dedicated caseworkers or establish integrated data sharing across the 4 sites. However, day space staff collectively made a total of over 1,750 referrals to critical services, including housing, the Navigation Center, emergency shelter, and recovery services. We have no line of sight on the outcomes of these referrals. Engagement with sector partners affirms that while day spaces are vital for immediate safety, peer connection, and crisis intervention, they are not designed to resolve complex concurrent health and housing challenges. The efficacy of crisis service referrals is entirely dependent on the availability of long-term solutions that address root causes of homelessness, like affordable housing and integrated medical and recovery services. When we spoke with folks who were using these services, two strong themes emerged in terms of the value of day spaces distinct from other crisis services. They have meaningful recreational and cultural activities offered alongside formal support, and there is the ability to build and reconnect with community, noting folks may be separated from their friends and family if they're not all staying together in shelter. Next slide, please. Administration investigated sustainable investment options for day spaces. After conversations with community partners, the Government of Alberta, and Homeward Trust Edmonton, who stewards federal funding for homelessness programs, no ongoing operating funding was identified to fund day space operations. Administration did not identify funding for day spaces as an action in the Council-approved 2024 Homelessness and Housing Services Plan, primarily due to the increase of provincial investment to expand both the capacity and availability of emergency shelters and introduction of the Navigation and Support Centre. Depending on the outcomes day spaces are expected to achieve, the level of funding required varies. More intensive service models that integrate with services delivered by other systems partners would be more costly than funding a model that prioritizes safety and immediate support. Next slide. Administration developed 4 options for Council's consideration in collaboration with sector partners and the Government of Alberta. The first option is no further investment, which would result in service providers maintaining their base hours without additional city funding. The second option is the winter respite model, which is an operating model that most closely reflects the services that were delivered this past winter with the city's $1 million investment. This investment would extend operational hours and basic staffing during the coldest months. Service providers have indicated that while this model prevents harm, the seasonality is challenging for staff retention and continuity of service delivery for clients. The third option is the essential year-round model, which prioritizes longer-term stabilization and services to improve housing readiness. More expensive than the winter respite model, this option could be scaled up during winter and extreme weather events and would provide more consistent hours year-round. Longer-term outcomes achieved for day space users would still be predicated on integration of housing and support services that are primarily funded by the Government of Alberta and a commensurate increase in affordable housing and supportive housing options. Finally, the community service hub model is the most expensive option and provides multidisciplinary support for people with a broad spectrum of needs, including those with more complex issues that require intensive case management and clinical supports. When reviewing this model with the Government of Alberta, there was concern cited about duplication of services funded by the province and limited resources to fund additional services above what is already offered in community. That concludes our presentation. We'd be pleased to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, but first we will hear from speakers. So who do we have in person? Tim Pasma? We've got space for speakers over here. Yeah. And Tim, did you have a presentation that you're lining up with the clerk? Okay, go ahead then when you're ready. You have 5 minutes.
Can you hear me now?
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Tim Pasma. I'm the Senior Director at Hope Mission. I want to add Hope Mission's perspective on the realities reflected in this report and make a few comments in support of funding day space in Edmonton. Hope Mission operates 990 year-round emergency shelter beds in Edmonton. These are permanent, semi-private beds, and many are available 24/7. All of Hope Mission's new, smaller emergency shelter sites have enhanced day space capacity to go along with bed spaces. In our downtown sites, however, we have significantly less space capacity, day space capacity. Although many of the beds are available 24/7, we only have day space for approximately 125 people. In the winter, when demand for shelters increases significantly, we add surge capacity through our emergency mat program. On the busiest night this past winter, we had more than 1,400 people seeking shelter at once at all of Hope Mission's 4 emergency shelter sites in Edmonton. That meant stacking chairs, folding up tables, laying down sleeping mats in dining areas, and community hubs to make sure there was room for everyone who needed it. That also meant that during the day, as those mats were cleaned up and the spaces were returned to dining areas and community space, there were hundreds of people temporarily displaced. This can create gaps for where people go during the day when it's still dangerously cold outside. At the same time, shelter demand is growing significantly. Our average overnight shelter occupancy increased 23% this past winter, and it's doubled over the last 5 winters. We expect the need for shelter capacity in Edmonton to grow next winter, and we are preparing to meet that anticipated need. Another key indicator is meals. Hope Mission served more than 600,000 hot meals, bagged lunches, and sandwiches from December to March. Each of those meals represents an interaction with a vulnerable community member. And increasingly, we're seeing more people who are housed coming for meals. Many people are facing intense cost of living pressures and are choosing between paying for housing or paying for food. If they choose housing, they come to us for meals. Without those meals, some of those individuals might become unhoused themselves. The incredible demand for meals shows you how significant a challenge food insecurity is, but it also demonstrates the needs for daytime spaces. Each of those meals is a touch point, an interaction, with someone potentially looking to take the next step toward housing, health, or recovery. In between meal service, the Hope Mission Dining Hall at the Bruce Reese Center serves as a community hub for up to 100 people. It provides a safe place for people to warm up and for people to access clothing, snacks, beverages, hygiene services such as showers and laundry. Wraparound care is also embedded in the day space because people move forward when supports are coordinated, accessible, and relational. Housing and health services and recovery-oriented supports are all on site year-round. Hope Mission's preference is to reserve these 100-day spaces at the Bruce Reese Center for people accessing the emergency shelter system. In recent years, however, we have opened up this space to the entire community. Although this has helped many people, it has also put a strain on our core services and focus. A day space program that is coordinated and supplemental to emergency shelter programs would enhance the system of care for people experiencing homelessness in our city. Moreover, it would provide services and supports for people who are experiencing poverty and hardship, but are not necessarily needing to access the emergency shelter system. Day spaces are a critical entry point into the system. They build trust, stabilize individuals, and connect people to services. With consistent funding and deepening integration, agencies would be able to provide more consistent support and direct referrals to vulnerable community members looking to take their next step. We appreciate the city's work in bringing this forward and look forward to continued collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tim. Next, we have Raquel Farreau online.
Thank you.
Rocky?
Yeah, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Yeah, did you have a presentation? Or?
No, I didn't.
No.
And in fact, I see that Nazareth is online speaking for the Edmonton Coalition on Housing and Homelessness later. So I think I'll just say that I'm in support of option 4, the service hub model. And I do understand that that is going to take additional levels of support from the province and the feds. And I do believe the community is willing to help council in that, put some requests on for that need. And so I'll just save my time for other speakers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rocky. Okay. We will next move on then to Nazareth Rusin with the Edmonton Coalition on Housing and Homelessness, and also remote. Go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, great. My name is Nazareth Rusin, and I'm a co-chair with ECHO, Edmonton Coalition on Housing and Homelessness. I'm here speaking to you on behalf of ECHO, also known as the Edmonton Coalition on Housing and Homelessness. ECHO is a member-driven coalition that advocates for actions and solutions to housing and homelessness issues. I'm here today to affirm that permanent day spaces for people experiencing homelessness are vitally important because homelessness kills, and access to space during the daytime is a matter of life and death for unhoused people in our community. In the long run, we need more permanent housing, of course, but in the interim, we need dignified places for people to stay alive, and this includes day spaces. ECHO firmly believes that permanent year-round day spaces for people experiencing homelessness will save lives, and that Edmonton City Council should develop a motion for investment in a community service hub option. ECHO members identified 5 reasons why the community service hub option is the right option. Number 1, addressing social service fragmentation. Many of our essential social and health services are offered at different locations across the city. Some of these services are proximate to each other downtown. Nonetheless, people are forced to leave one site when they're obtaining care in order to access services at another site. This fragmentation is a barrier that impedes pathways out of homelessness. By centralizing services and support in one location, the community hub model increases engagement and access to essential services and systems of care. Number 2, reducing risks to health and well-being. Disconnected and fragmented services put people at greater risk. The day space evaluation included in this meeting package reported that 35% of the people who accessed day center between December and March were sleeping outdoors. Many of these individuals are on the wait list for supportive housing, and this wait time is on average 513 days. These community members are at extreme high risk for frostbite and hypothermia. Between April 1st, 2024 and March 30th, 2025, 1,307 diagnoses of frostbite were reported by Alberta Health Services in the Greater Edmonton Zone, of which 53% were unhoused Albertans. A recent analysis of frostbite data revealed that a significant proportion of frostbite injuries, 35%, occurred at temperatures warmer than -20 degrees Celsius. The risks and harms associated with the lack of safe, adequate shelter are on full display in our emergency rooms and hospital systems. ECHO recently acquired data on emergency room visits in Edmonton. In 2025, there were nearly 12,000 visits by individuals with no fixed addresses to Royal Alexandra Hospital's emergency room. This was roughly 15% of all emergency room visits at that hospital. People experiencing homelessness seek care at emergency rooms because they have no access to primary care. Many are seeking treatment for injuries and illness attributed to their lack of permanent housing. Number 3, resolving homelessness. The day space evaluation included in this meeting package reported that respondents surveyed valued the day space as a one-stop shop where they could access basic needs and resources. This gives us a glimpse into the importance of day spaces and the merits of the community service hub model. By co-locating multidisciplinary integrated support, day spaces function as critical access point into the broader homeless system of care and support. The day space evaluation clearly shows that these enhanced day spaces result in an increase in service utilization. Of particular note was the increase at iHuman, which saw a 321% increase from December to March. This trend stands out for attention because youth homelessness is one of the biggest risk factors for homelessness across the life course. Number 4, promoting inclusion in community. One of ECHO's core principles is that home is more than 4 walls and a roof. It is housing, supports, and community. A distinguishing feature of the community service hub model is that it provides an intentional space for relationship building and social connection. These are both vitally important to the health and well-being of community members. Additionally, these spaces provide opportunity for meaningful daily activity, which itself is a key component in personal recovery. Number 5, upholding human rights. The common thread connecting the previous 4 points is the principle of dignity. People experiencing homelessness have inherent worth and value as
Thank you,
human beings.
Nasreet. And if you have more there, I'm sure one myself or one of my colleagues will ask you when it's time for questions. So next,
Thank you.
Thank you. Braid Harris from the Edmonton Downtown Business Association. And we're just going to check the camera on there when you.
Sure.
I think that looks a lot better.
And the mic's working, yes?
Yeah,
Okay.
sounds great. Okay, go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Brady Harris. I'm the Director of Operations at the Edmonton Downtown Business Association. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today in support of sustainable investment in day spaces as part of Edmonton's broader response to homelessness, community safety, and social well-being. The report before committee demonstrates that day spaces address a significant and growing need in our city. The reported numbers reflect both the scale of the crisis and the importance of accessible, low-barrier spaces and support. The outcomes highlighted demonstrate what can be achieved through investment, but short-term seasonal funding creates staffing challenges, service disruptions, and uncertainty for both operators and clients. Stable, year-round funding is needed. Downtown businesses continue to experience firsthand the impacts of homelessness, addiction, mental health challenges, and social disorder every day. Our member businesses are deeply invested in downtown Edmonton and remain committed to its future. Supporting that commitment means creating a downtown where everyone feels safe and welcome, including residents, workers, visitors, business owners, and the vulnerable individuals, all who rely on downtown services and spaces. We believe that investing in coordinated, compassionate, and evidence-based social infrastructure is essential to achieving that goal. The lack of day spaces is evident through our data and interactions from our Core Patrol program. Core Patrol is the EDBA's 100% member-funded, proactive patrol operating within our BIA boundaries. Between January and May 2026, over 1,900 wellness checks were completed during the 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. day shift. Wellness checks can vary drastically and include quick check-ins, providing directions to a nearby social agency, and administering first aid or escalated responses to emergency services for things like frostbite or overdose response. A commonality, though, is all of these wellness checks happen outside, on the street, in back alleys, at surface transit stations, and along storefronts. When there are limited daytime options available, pressure shifts to public spaces that were never designed to function as social service environments. Libraries, transit stations, parks, pedways, and business storefronts become the default places where people spend their days. Without year-round day spaces available, there's a significant lack of positive public spaces for those experiencing homelessness to access resources and supports to start or continue their journey toward being housed. We recognize that day spaces are not a standalone solution to homelessness, nor should they replace investments in supportive housing, healthcare recovery, or emergency shelter systems. However, they do play an important complementary role within the broader continuum of care. Providing safe and reliable indoor spaces year-round, ensuring young people that are high risk and experiencing homelessness are considered in prevention and specific early intervention work through the proposed collaborative with iHuman. Reducing pressures on business and downtown petway systems, libraries, transit stations, and other public spaces not designed or equipped to provide those social services, and helping individuals maintain connection to support systems. We are encouraged by the discussion around stronger system integration and the community service hub models that bring together housing, healthcare, income supports, employment services, and other pathways out of poverty and homelessness. As Council considers future budget priorities, we encourage collaboration with the three levels of government, the business community, social sector organizations, Indigenous organizations, healthcare partners, and residents to ensure Edmonton's approach is balanced, compassionate, and effective. Edmonton's downtown recovery and long-term economic vitality depend on creating a city core where people have appropriate places to access support and where social challenges are addressed thoughtfully and collaboratively. Day spaces are not separate from downtown economic development or public safety. They are part of the infrastructure needed to create a safe, inclusive, and economically stable downtown. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brady. Next, we have Candace Noble with the Bissell Center. Are you in person, Candace? Oh, great.
Thank you for adjusting this camera and not doing me dirty this morning. I appreciate it. I won't bore you by reiterating all of the things my incredible colleagues have said here this morning. I just want to be clear that, good morning, and my name is Candace. I'm from Bissell Center. I won't reiterate all of the wonderful things my colleagues have said this morning. I just want to be clear that I'm not going to argue that day spaces are the silver bullet solution to the homelessness crisis that we're experiencing. right now, and I'm also not going to argue that our system is failing, because it's not. I think that it's important to acknowledge the incredible investments that have been made in increasing shelter spaces here in Edmonton, in making them 24/7, in adding additional Indigenous service providers, in adding a navigation center that removes barriers to income and identification, and all the incredible increases that there have been in affordable housing and supportive housing. That work is meaningful and it matters, and it goes a long way each and every day to impact the lives of the people that we're serving in community. So I think it's important to acknowledge that. If we want a robust system of care, though, and if we really care about outcomes, then we need to think about the system as a whole. And a healthy continuum of care requires the connective tissue that is day services. So if we see shelter as an entry point in crisis, and if we see housing, stable housing placement as an exit point, then day services are the connective tissue that help those pieces of the system continue to work effectively. And so I think it's really important that we not think of day services as an add-on, as a nice to have. Because if you're looking at this report and seeing that, again, it takes an average of 513 days for someone to achieve supportive housing, then where does that person go during those 513 days? We have our shelter providers saying that they're not equipped in terms of purpose-built facilities to be able to provide day space for all of those individuals. And we have members of our business community saying that, you know, they're overrun in terms of providing an alternative for those folks. And so we need to be really clear about what it is that we're missing in our continuum. And I think that it's been more than clear this morning that what we are missing is a day space for folks. And it's not just in incremental weather. It's something that needs to be created and invested into the critical infrastructure of our community, and not just in the continuum of care, but as we heard from our business association, the infrastructure in our downtown core. And so I think, you know, everything that people have said here this morning has just reiterated over and over again that we need to be intentional about the system that we're building. Not because our system isn't working, but because it's missing some critical infrastructure. And I think that if we want to invest in the success of those exit points, then we need to invest in the middle as well. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Candace. Next we have Eric, is it Chewy from Mustard Seed? Sorry, Eric Chew.
Good morning. Yes, my name is Eric, and I'm with the Mustard Seed. We're just here to share a little bit about our experience doing the winter respite model this past winter. Operationally, it was very challenging to recruit, onboard, and train. We added over 20 staff across 2 sites this past winter, so to scale up in such a short time frame was a challenge, and that led to staff burnout for management, new staff, and our long-term staff. As a positive, however, we were able to increase hours and staffing levels for more intentional touch points with guests. Although we saw more people, the concentration of these individuals was more spread out throughout the day and the week. These conversations helped to encourage individuals to take the next step in reaching their goals and to allow for us to refer to on-site or off-site services. These conversations are not limited to winter needs, however, so they are a reason for year-round spaces. Furthermore, the additional hours, staffing, and funding allowed for new programs and partnerships with art programs, foot care clinics, recreational programs. However, these programs and partnerships take time to build, and by the time we really got them up and running, it was probably into February, and at that time it was already time to start thinking about winding down for the winter. With reducing staff, operational hours, and volunteer opportunities at the end of winter, some of these programs were no longer feasible to continue running. So available resources and supports for guests became more limited, and some of the gained trust and progress from the winter months might be slowed down or might even take a step back. With a decrease in opening hours, this can also pose challenges to neighboring businesses and organizations as individuals are back outside with nowhere to go. At the Mustard Seed, we are very thankful for amazing donors who allow us to keep our doors open year-round. Looking at the number of unique individuals and guests and visits that we have had at our sites over the past 2 years, we see a very consistent, so we can see in the PowerPoint here, we see this big spike from this winter month, but then even in the 18 or so months prior, it's fairly steady across the year. So there's no real slowdown, or at the very least, maybe we have not been able to operationalize enough to meet the need based on the lack of funding. Yeah, in the next slide, we did run a survey this past April where we asked our guests what our community impact centers mean to them. Warmth is, of course, a significant factor. However, beyond the winter, though, there are other times throughout the year where we've got inclement weather, from poor air quality to extreme heat warnings, and even last week we saw several days of continuous rain. Just as important are food, places to rest, and support from staff. Some guests also touched on community networks and relationships, technology for job searching, sharing art with the community, which are all valuable pieces of day spaces. A few even mentioned that our centers and our staff are literally lifesavers. So the need is, while we have a generous donor base who make operations possible, we are stretched as nonprofit organizations. With the ups and downs of the economy impacting donations, as well as the increasing needs of our communities, keeping the door open and offering meals is becoming increasingly challenging. Hours, meals, services may fluctuate from year to year or even within a given year based on fundraising. For some individuals, it can take several years, 513 days, as we heard earlier, for individuals to find and maintain housing. With a stable foundation for operations, we can then properly coordinate a response with the city, with our fellow agencies, with provinces, with the province and other stakeholders. Ultimately, by investing in community service hubs, our city can offer more well-rounded supports for individuals and speed up the timeline for the well-being of many vulnerable Edmontonians. Just to close off, I want to share a story about Frank, who stopped in at one of our sites in January. He just stopped in just to say thank you. He shared that he was previously without a home, and at times our Kenora Community Impact Center was his only food during the day and helped him survive with emergency clothing. Through our center, he was able to get ID and progress in his journey of recovery. Frank later indicated that he's now living out of the city and has reconnected with his kids while he still journeys through recovery. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Jordan Reiniger with Boyle Street Community Services.
Thanks, everybody. This is a new setup, but luckily I'm tall enough I can still see over top of the glass. And all you can see is my medallion. That's okay. So as my colleagues have been chatting, I've been adjusting what I wanted to say because they covered so much of it. But I just wanted to say a few things. One, I wanted to give a really quick history of day services over the course of the last number of years. The first thing to say is pre-pandemic, day services were a kind of a core infrastructure that was underneath a lot of the other things that were happening when we were making progress on reducing the number of people experiencing homelessness. And the calculations that I did were, and these are Jordan calculations, so don't hold me to them, but there was about, for every 100 people who were experiencing homelessness, there were about 30 consistent day spaces open as our baseline. And then we would ramp up in the winter for extra capacity and additional supports. And then the pandemic hit. And the sort of core, one of the core aspects of that activation was also daytime spaces. People needed a place to go to be safe in the midst of a public health crisis. After the pandemic, as we've heard a little bit about, those day spaces, the funding kind of that went away with the pandemic also went away for all the day spaces. And so aside from what was happening with 24/7 shelter and the great work that Tim and his team are doing, we really dwindled down almost to zero in our community before last winter. And so you basically kind of had that whole kind of core piece of infrastructure in our city that was doing a lot of work, all of the connective tissue that was talked about, that was pretty much gone. And so that had a profound impact. You don't know what you've got until it's gone. And so it's not always the new things that we need to do, it's like what was working before that we've kind of lost over the course of the last number of years. If you look at the activation that was happening over the winter when we ramped up, even that would be about 4 or 5 spots per 100 people who are experiencing homelessness now. So just to give you a sense of Pre-pandemic, we had 30, and now we had 4 or 5 over this winter. The only other thing I'm going to touch on the importance of daytime spaces is the idea of shame. I think after many years in this sector, if you were to ask me what is one of the #1 barriers to people moving forward in their life, it's often shame. The belief that they don't actually deserve it. And when you have the experience of being pushed around, perpetually treated like a trespasser in your own community, and there's actually no space that you can go, that compounds the shame that people feel. So creating spaces of belonging is incredibly important. And then the other part of it, as you heard, there's a long runway between when you first access support to get help to when you can actually get housing, and it's the importance of momentum. And having a space you can go on a regular basis, stay connected, that's really important. So I will say my comment to you is that, as others have said, it's not a panacea, daytime spaces, but it is actually a necessary piece of infrastructure for the work that we need to do on ending homelessness, but also on public safety. And you've heard that too. And so I think a lot of our public safety, lots of really good intent, but a lot of the public safety, the effect of the public safety policy has been that we are primarily enforcing people to move from one space to another, to another, to another. So we spend a lot of money to make sure people move along from a certain place, only to go to another place where we spend a lot of money to make sure that person moves along from that place. And we have these sort of cycles. So in absence of a place for somebody to actually go, an alternative, that cycle of enforcement is just going to continue. And we're going to have to keep ramping that up to sort of still try and get the results that we're looking for in community. The last thing I'll say with my last minute is that I think that our policies have an impact on community and how we interact as neighbors. I live in Boyle Street, and I had an experience just on Saturday where I was driving my kids home from swimming lessons just outside of these doors here, and my daughter noticed a guy laying on the steps. And she said, "Daddy, I don't think that guy's okay. I think he's dead." And so I drove them home real quick, and I said I'd come back around. And he wasn't dead, thankfully, but he was unconscious, lips were turning blue. And we have spent so much time, I think unintentionally maybe, treating people who are most in need of safety as the threats to safety. That people were walking by, people were sitting at the bus station, and there's a man who's literally dying on the street. And so we need as a community to say, our public safety policy has to be about those who are most at risk. And how do we solve that problem for those folks? And if we do that, it will actually have knock-on effects. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
If there's more, we'll get it from you. Thank you. Next, we have Christopher Batdorf. When you're ready, go ahead, please.
Just do that. My knees are still young. Good morning, councillors. My name is Christopher Batdorf, and for the past 15 years, I have professionally and personally been involved in the sector of affordable housing and homelessness. Like many of my colleagues here, my experiences range from frontline work assisting vulnerable Edmontonians in gaining housing and supports to volunteering on committees and board of directors of social serving organizations. And I am here today to fully support option 4, the community service model, as the other 3 options do not have the collaboration and community involvement to sufficiently improve the social services sector in Edmonton. Both options 1 and 2 reflect the status quo of social services funding models to date. Either there is no money to provide services to Edmontonians who suffer from isolation, discrimination, poverty, and/or homelessness, or funding only provides a band-aid solution to an endemic solution in which funding is triggered by policies and practices, usually without consulting Edmontonians with lived experiences. While option 3 would provide stable funding for frontline staffing positions, day space programming times, and resources, option 3 will still fragment funding across numerous day space providers. Currently, social services funding is in a state of change. Previously stable funding sources such as the Government of Alberta, the United Way, and the City of Edmonton have changed application processes, funding timelines, and desired outcomes. As an investment option, a community services hub model promotes collaboration across the social services sector and the ability to reduce capital and operating costs by cost sharing and income sharing between collaborators. Current hub models exist within Edmonton, such as location of multiple city departments at Edmonton Tower. Previously, city departments used to be scattered across the downtown core with very limited interaction between city staff. We now have community recreation facilities that have the Edmonton Public Library branches in them. They have community rinks, they have gymnasiums, they have fitness facilities, they have pools. They are actually usually full on the weekends of people in the common spaces just gathering as community. Previous to that, we only had, single ice rink arenas that were built, or single Olympic-size lap swim pools. We've now collaborated as a city to make sure that all of those facilities are now together so people can access and not have to travel through different neighborhoods and communities. The Ortona Hub was recently redeveloped with City of Edmonton funding. We now have the Orange Hub, which is the former Grant MacEwan West Campus location that is now supporting multiple organizations and programs. We have the Jerry Forbes Center, and we have the C5 Hub. So I would like to voice my observation that option 4 is the best investment option for social services and Edmontonians. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that does it for speakers. So we will now go to the board. Questions from committee or council members? Councillor Rutherford, go ahead, please.
You selected it. Do you want to? No? Go ahead. Yeah. Okay. I guess I'll go to Christopher first since he was just up. Sorry I made you sit down, or you went to sit down. And then I'll probably go next to Nazreet, who's online after this. So there's no doubt in my mind that the status quo isn't acceptable. But one of the things in reading the report is the real focus on the health components, which are squarely in the provincial jurisdiction. But I also do worry, because one of the things that I think this report is lacking is the voices of those experiencing homelessness. And I worry that if we have something like option 4, and we see where the province is going with sort of forced recovery, that we might actually invest in these things, and people might, if there's too much of a health component, might actually not use them. So I was just wondering if you had any perspectives on that, because I just want to ground this conversation, and it's unfortunate we don't have anybody here, but I know we've done a lot of research, so I'll talk to administration. I'm disappointed that the GBA Plus doesn't talk to any of the research we've done with people with lived experience of homelessness and how they want to or need to use these day spaces. But I see them as just, if we're talking about getting people off the streets, using it as harm reduction, we want it to be as barrier-free as possible and just a space that people can be, which is like why the library is such a great place, right? So just your thoughts on that.
So healthcare might be the jurisdiction of the province, but it doesn't absolve Edmonton or the federal government or community members from being responsible and accountable for having healthcare in our communities. There are numerous social service providers that have operated nurse practitioner clinics or medical clinics alongside their own services and day programs. My observation is there shouldn't really be anything stopping a collaboration or a community services hub model from being able to operate a nurse practitioner clinic or a walk-in clinic where people who are under the influence of certain substances are still able to be admitted and observed by a medical professional, and that is still billed back to Alberta Health under our public funding model of healthcare in Alberta. Whether there is more of the recovery requirement from the province, well, it's something that can be navigated. It doesn't mean that somebody who has a history of substance uses can't access their family doctor if they are, gainfully housed.
Yeah, I think I'm just more, will it create a barrier to, because sometimes, this feels very service provider heavy. And which is understandable. That's who we're hearing from. But do folks that are unhoused want to just sometimes have a space to be and get a warm cup of coffee and a meal and not be service provided?
Absolutely.
Right? So that's where I'm seeing the challenge with option 4.
But I would say a community services hub model is less like going into a government building and you have to require or attend programming or services. I see it as more of a shopping mall where you can choose which store you go into, and if you just want to hang out in the cafeteria and get a cup of coffee and visit with friends, you can.
I love that. Okay, that's a really good analogy. And Nazreet, kind of same line of questioning, if you had any thoughts.
Thank you for the question. Yeah, so I'm gonna read notes from the reports, and so I'm gonna go to CS 03259 report. It says day spaces are complementary to shelters, outreach and navigation, and support centers. They're daytime spaces for respite for people to engage with one another, and when possible, connect to services. They do not replace other crisis services, but provide additional dedicated spaces for housing workers and other professionals to maintain continuity with clients to pursue efforts towards stability. Individuals who use these spaces shared that sites provide a unique setting that are not available elsewhere in the crisis service continuum. A place to gather with friends and family, not living or sleeping at the same location. An inclusive environment that facilitated rapport with staff. Recreational activities offered alongside therapeutic supports, and the ability to set goals and access services at their own pace. While day spaces may provide respite, they cannot substantially prevent continued health decline unless complemented by intensive integrated case management services.
Nazreet, that's it for Councillor Rutherford's time. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm going to go next with some questions. Maybe Candace, if you wouldn't mind stepping to the mic, please. And then I think, Jordan, I'm going to ask you maybe some follow-ups as well. So, Candace, I'm just wondering, so the Navigation Centre has now been moved to Bissell, right? Sorry?
Correct.
Correct? Okay. So isn't the Navigation Centre supposed to be that sort of resource and supports?
Yeah, so the Navigation Center is absolutely fulfilling its purpose. I think the challenge is that we get a little bit confused on what its purpose is. So its purpose is to go in, receive a service, and leave. And so it's not a day space environment where people can go, just like Councillor just talked about, in terms of sitting down. I mean, Hope Mission does provide coffee, snacks, and food in there, but it's ideally around when you're waiting for service. So the Navigation Center is a service navigation space, and so folks go in, access the service they're looking for, and then leave. So we're lacking a space for people to spend their time.
So, and the Navigation Center is funded by the province, correct?
Correct.
So if they moved into a space that was better suited for that, because they're also responsible, I think, for funding day services too, right?
I wouldn't say so, in my opinion. I mean, there's no clear line there's no clear responsibility written out, I don't think, in policy, but I think that it's a shared responsibility. You know, if we're talking about the service hub model, where we're talking about incorporating those healthcare pieces, I think it's the province's responsibility to ensure those healthcare pieces are integrated into the community service hub. But if we're talking about day spaces in the way that they are critical infrastructure to our city that inform downtown vibrancy and safety, then I think it's a part of critical infrastructure for the city.
Okay, thank you very much for that. And then Jordan, with the new King Thunderbird Center, so the services that are provided there is the wraparound services. Would something I'm just wondering, do we need to duplicate sort of navigation centers in different sites that are already in existence?
Yeah, the first thing I'll say is when we opened Ogomal Piatsuki make the King Thunderbird Center, Obviously, it was a very politically charged conversation for a long time, but our neighbors have now we get lots of comments from our neighbors from Vic School, Macaulay Community League, Chinatown, that it has made a positive impact because people have a place to come during the day. And not only that, when people are not in that space, they've already been able to have their basic needs taken care of, so they're not as desperate when they're out and about in community. So those do have an impact. So it is a similar kind of model where you have service delivery provided, wraparound supports, including healthcare, that is funded by different orders of government, and it allows a place for people to gather, to connect, and then to get access to those supports. So something similar to that, I think, is what is envisioned with the community services hubs. But you can't have those only in one location. There has to be multiple locations, and just it's a capacity issue in the system. There's not enough capacity in the system.
And are there current, I guess, day spaces available? And maybe this is unfair to ask you, but are there current day space facilities available that would also be able to provide those, have the room to provide those support services?
I think there are some spaces. I think thinking about it from a geographic perspective about where those should be located. And then I think, as many of my colleagues have alluded to, the challenge of maintaining a space as with the existing capacity. We're often relying on donations. We're piecing together a bunch of different funding. And so having that kind of core funding to be able to operate year-round so that you have that base allows you to have better staffing models, allows you to have the better kind of infrastructure in place to actually be able to have those be successful.
And one last quick question. The report indicates the number that use the iHuman services and that. Are there special needs or unique needs, I guess, for the youth that iHuman was providing that others weren't?
Definitely. Our youth demographic is large and increasing. It's a big concern in terms of the number of people who are experiencing homelessness in that youth demographic. And they do need some tailored spaces that are unique to them. And so that has to be factored into the whole conversation. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you. I'll start with Jordan just because you're here. Just really quickly, so the 30 per 100 spaces, do you recall how those were funded, or yeah, what was the setup previously?
It was city funding for some of them. It was donations for some of them. It was provincial funding and people sort of hiving off different pieces of it just to kind of create those spaces. But I think one of the challenges with day spaces is nobody has taken it as their jurisdiction. Mm-hmm. So everybody kind of points the finger and says, no, it's your jurisdiction or it's your jurisdiction. And so I think the hope here is that the city, as it is critical infrastructure for our city, that the city would take that, yeah.
Well, and I think on that note, we've been really framing this conversation around these being sort of homeless serving hubs, but I think what I'm hearing a lot this morning, and I think was in the survey, is that these are also community spaces. They're places for people to gather. And we, for example, invest quite heavily in our community league system. So is it possible for us to think about this as a way, as a community league for someone who maybe doesn't have a fixed address right now or doesn't have a neighborhood that they technically belong to?
Yeah, I think about, even rec centers and things like that are just like, these are part of the vibrant life of community. I feel at home in Edmonton because I go to the Commonwealth Rec Center with my kids, and we can go to the library. And when you don't have the same, there are barriers to that for people who are experiencing homelessness. So to be able to create those spaces in community that allow that connection and that belonging, and that's where I was talking a bit about the shame.
Absolutely.
Where people feel like, if I don't belong here, then what's the point, right? And so that's an important part.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, I appreciate that very much. Just I had a quick question for Candace, and then also Brady, if you two are able to make your way up. I think you touched on it really well, but I just wanted to be really explicit. I think a tension that we often hear or feel is, there's a cost to these day services, and as you say, they're not sort of the silver bullet. We may find ourselves thinking, well, should we just invest it in those permanent housing solutions? I think what I heard from you, though, is that, these are, I think you called it the connective tissue, right? So this is an investment that helps the housing investments have a higher impact. And is that true?
Yes, 100%. That is what I'm saying. I think even if you look at the housing first conundrum we've gotten ourselves in, we often hear the narrative that housing first didn't work or housing first doesn't work. And in actuality, we've housed more than 30,000 people in Edmonton with a 80% retention rate after 12 months. So I'll go as far as to say that it's not failing. It's an incredible intervention, and it does work. The challenges is that we need to invest in a robust system. You can't just have one intervention serving all of the purposes and then say that intervention doesn't work.
Right.
We need steps on every point of someone's journey.
Well, that's a really great point, because we talk about housing first, we talk about the need for supports for individuals who are housed. But again, I think we see that as like an outreach worker. Well, I see it anyways. I think of it as an outreach worker going, visiting that person in their home. But again, if they also had a place to come to gain support, that also helps them be successful and thrive in their housing.
100%. We see a lot of community members volunteering at day spaces, whether they're running community closets, helping prepare meals, sorting donations, helping their peers. There's a place it's a place to find meaning and belonging, just as Jordan alluded to. And so, we're not just dealing with a homelessness crisis, we're dealing with an affordability crisis, right? So poverty has huge impacts. So being able to, when you're housed, come do your laundry for free and play a game of crib with your friends because your laundry costs $6 a load, takes a huge burden off of somebody.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Just in my last minute, just wanted to follow up. Really, really appreciate the investments that the DBA and your members are making in the core patrol programs. Again, when we were looking at day spaces, they come with a cost. There's a tax implication there. I think what I've heard from businesses, and just wanted to confirm that you're hearing it as well, that again, this is an investment that helps relieve some of the other costs and pressures that they're facing. It could potentially reduce security needs, potentially reduce pressures on the core patrol program itself. Is that what you hear as well?
Yeah, I think anytime you do talk to a property owner or a business owner, the cost of security now it's gone through the roof, right? And it just continues. So yes, I definitely agree with that.
Great. Well, and I think the hope is, again, it's supporting that economic development by removing some of those pressures.
Yeah, and the security, they're not equipped for it, right? It's again talking about that infrastructure for public safety too. So
absolutely,
yeah.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Tang.
Great, thank you. Hopefully this mic works. I think I'll have questions for Tim first, and then afterwards Eric, and then Jordan. So. Tim, you mentioned a lot of numbers, so I just want to make sure I understand. You have shelter capacity for several hundred people for sleeping overnight. During the day, you have a fraction of those numbers for the day space access. Is that correct?
Well, we have, I think it's sort of hard to explain it really clearly. We have, permanent bed spaces that are operating 24/7 as like a bed.
Emergency.
But we don't necessarily have the equivalent number of day space for someone that doesn't want to stay at their bed during the day to go to. Right. We do have some. In our newer, smaller sites, we have more of that. So, proportionately, most people, we can usually meet some of that need for people accessing shelter in those new sites. Downtown, we have, say, throughout the year, probably somewhere around 70% of those bed spaces are operating full 24/7. You can stay at your bed full 24/7. Then we have, like what I mentioned was our community hub at the Bruce Reese Center. That has space for 125 people. So people that can't stay at their bed or don't want to stay at their bed could go to that day space. But we're also using that day space right now for the community at large as well.
Yeah, and that's a gap you have identified, because historically your mandate is really for some of that emergency access. But if everyone is accessing some of the emergency resources, you just don't have the capacity for that.
That's correct.
And if people don't want to be in their bed 24/7.
100%. And that's why you see people going
limited.
all sorts of different places,
Right.
which makes sense. And
What are you doing right now for that warm handoff? So they don't want to be in their bed all day. Are people kind of go on their way? Do you have a sense of, I don't know, like, I think one of the things I heard from some of the speakers is that option 4 offers the most coordination but that assumes currently there's no coordination. Is that accurate?
Well, I think the coordination piece becomes easier if there's actually spaces available for people. Like, so we do have, running 24/7 crisis diversion with Boyle Street and, that partnership. We have that for mobile warm handoffs. We have our shuttle program, which we run to different sites, especially on the west side, because transportation can be challenging there. So I think there's opportunity to work around those types of challenges, but having the actual infrastructure and places to bring people to support them with appropriate resources is better. And in a lot of the areas downtown, it's just within walking distance, so it becomes easier if those services are available.
Yeah. Thank you. Eric, I heard you talk a lot about the Community Impact Center and then some of your data from Kenora and Strathcona, but I think I saw a note that said it was really small. The Kenora Center is now closed.
We were closed for a week in May,
Okay.
so right now we're doing some
gotcha.
renovation. So we've got more limited capacity, but we had to close while we moved operations to the second floor to renovate the main floor.
One of my questions was, because I went to the opening of your shelter on the south side. That would have been behind the neighbor center. Is that still operating?
So we do have our neighbor center on 81st Avenue that operates purely as a shelter. So only individuals staying in the shelter are able to access that space.
Right.
So we've got another building.
And that's not 24?
Yes. So for the neighbor center shelter, that is 24/7. However, we've got another property we rented out of a church a few blocks away to operate a community impact center out of.
Okay. And the neighbor center is that multi-story one?
Correct.
Correct. Okay. And whereas neighbor center used to be sort of that drop-in community hub.
Yeah, more of the community hub. So we operate that piece out of the Strathcona Baptist Church at the moment. So we've got more limited operations, 9:30 to 2 o'clock, Monday to Friday.
Okay. Thank you. I'm probably going to need another round. I can sign up now.
Okay, well, seeing nobody else on the board, go ahead for your second round.
And then
Thank
maybe for Jordan. So for King Thunderbird, what you described is a community hub. And it's functioning right now as a community hub that people can come, hang out if they need to, ask a service if they want to, be part of community if they want to.
Yeah, and it's really like programmed, so it's very activated to say like, okay, we have a coffee time here from this point to this point, or we have karaoke, and we have different activities for people to participate in community life. We had our Pride, so we had a drag show last week, and so there's like different things that we're doing to activate the space to make it a real community space. But in line with that, there's also then all of the services and supports people can connect into and have access to.
The option 4 that everyone is referring to, are we talking about brand new building?
I think you could facilitate that within some of the existing infrastructure. I think there would have to probably be new as well, not new buildings, but spaces to be leased out or those sorts of things. I think that's part of what's factored in.
And let's say we start to lease out a space, we find a space, we co-locate services?
Yeah. I think
similar to what we did with the convention center during the pandemic?
Totally. And I think what you have here in community, and you can feel it, is you have a true collaborative approach to this. So everybody who's operating daytime spaces now is saying, we need to come together differently, and we need to have a coordinated and integrated approach to how we're doing this. And so Boyle Street, for instance, doesn't care if it's the Mustard Seed or Bissell or whoever's operating it, and if we can bring some resources into that, then that's great. But I think you have the community here who's saying, you know, if we have the resources to be able to do this properly, we can collaborate, and we can design a system where we leverage the strengths of each organization.
So I guess a few things one of the things we often hear from the province is that, well, we're not doing this because we already have 24/7 shelters. And that's not exactly accurate, and I think we heard that today. One of my questions is, are we maximizing the spaces that we already have?
Yeah, I think that's part of the next phase of the conversation is like what's existing infrastructure. And I think that work has been done in community to say what are the spaces that are already there that we could maximize and we could leverage to move forward.
So we don't know the answer to that, but we are considering another option for additional space.
I think we as a collective have considered what spaces are out there and what we can offer now and what that would look like. Yeah.
So you do have that answer.
Yeah, I think so.
And the answer is
more or less, yeah. For the work that's been done in community, yeah. Yep.
Okay. And you feel that the coordination would happen better if there's a new physical infrastructure?
I think what we're looking for is core funding, because with core funding you can get whatever infrastructure you need. Like you can let community help sort some of those things out, but without having core funding, because since the pandemic we've been operating on these sort of ramp up cycles, right? It's 6 months, it's 3 months, it's 4 months at a time. And it's really hard to activate, I think Eric was talking about that, it's really hard to activate a service that is actually effective in these sort of short ramp-up periods. And so having that long-term consistent, we know what it's going to be for the next 4 years, then we can sort that out in community. What is the right infrastructure and how do we do that properly, right?
Yeah, I feel like a lot of this conversation just brings me back to 2021, 2022, when we try to set up short-term co-located space. It was very expensive for Upstart. There was no sustainability. Problems did not come to the table. Yeah. And you feel that whatever the service package comes out of today for option 4 should be something for the long term, where city really own this responsibility permanently.
Yeah, I think that is what's actually going to move the needle. One of the biggest challenges in homelessness ecosystem, if you want to call it that, of funding, is that there is no clear jurisdictional accountability for certain things. And these kinds of core kind of infrastructure, day spaces that are necessary, is one of those things that's always been sort of pushed around and finger pointed. That's their responsibility.
Yep.
And so
yeah,
I
you
think
mentioned
owning
that.
it's good. Yeah.
I may come around just for one more questions around like outcomes that you're seeking, but I'll come around. Thanks.
Thanks, Jordan. Stay there.
Okay.
So you said as a collective,
yeah.
You've done some coordination in that, but I'm wondering where iHuman is today, and especially since they were the ones that sort of were, I guess, the beneficiaries or their people were the beneficiaries of it. So are you coordinating with iHuman as well?
Oh yeah. Yeah, so it's since the beginning of winter, we came together as a collective day services collaborative, we called ourselves.
Okay.
Agencies that are working on this stuff and saw the need for it. And iHuman was right in the midst of that, and they still are. They couldn't be here today, but
okay.
But that group is still kind of meeting together and continuing to talk about and form kind of what this could look like.
Okay, I just wanted to double check on that, and thank you then for everyone coming together to work towards this. That's all I have. Councillor Tang, go ahead.
I mean, one of the things that was missing, I think, for me was there was a bit of that evaluation in the report. But what I didn't see is, if we decide to fund more day space, how would it impact outcomes like reduce social disorder, increase community connection, reduce emergency calls, improve well-being, greater housing stability, increase service access? I'm assuming those are the things that we're all working towards.
Yes.
Is the sector, the ecosystem, tracking that? Are those the outcomes? I guess I just wanted, can you speak to that? Like, what would option 4, in your opinion, help to deliver on those?
Yeah, well, first of all, I think if there was a option 4 that is long-term coordinated funding for something like day services, these community hubs, then it's one package. Then the collaborative groups working on it together can coordinate much more effectively, because it's like there's a shared set of outcomes, there's shared objectives. And so it does allow, especially that long-term and consistent approach, it does allow you to actually really think about how you set that system up to be able to make sure there are those warm handoffs, to make sure that we're tracking the outcomes and looking at how people are moving through the system. And we do a lot of that work in community. Like there's the intake app that a lot of our organizations use when people come in. So we have a lot of data and we have a lot of infrastructure already in community that can help to sort of support that. But if you were to create this sort of structure of long-term stable funding, then you could kind of accelerate that because you have a longer runway to build that out.
So you need a new thing to bring all that together.
I mean, it's just that it's really fragmented right now, right? And so the funding is fragmented. There's these ramp-up periods where we're doing things for 4 months and then coming back off of them again. So you can't
And I
really
think
do
for
that.
a long time, the sector has been fragmented too.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, I also struggle because I feel like rather than funding a new infrastructure, that I think I'm hearing from a lot of you are kind of doing, but just don't have the additional capacity. Because I agree, I think we're seeing more people falling into homelessness for all kinds of reasons, and I agree with your point about youth more so. But I'm not hearing funding, let's say, more integrated complex case management, previously known as HUAS. I'm not hearing that. I'm not even sure who's leading that. I'm not hearing amplifying the additional services that the 4 organizations saw during this previous round of funding to make that permanent rather than just for winter.
It is sort of, in a way, what is being proposed in the Community Services Hub model is about taking kind of what we started in winter in a very fragmented and not, because it was so short, not a super effective way, because we just ramped up quickly and we had a short period of time to do it. And we were activating, as Eric was saying, like you're trying to get everything onboarded really quickly. Yeah. But to basically take the nuts and bolts of that and to expand it and to kind of create something that is long-term and stable.
Candace, I don't know if you want to weigh in. Come on up.
Everyone in this room knows I always want to weigh in.
I'm sure.
I think, so if we're thinking about, I'd like to point out the Navigation Center again, so we talk about that service referral. So if we're looking at the Navigation Center, there's no long-term case management in that place. So
Correct.
if we're talking about, you referenced HUOS, which I love and I think is a big loss for our community. So we don't have spaces that have case managers that can follow people along their journey out of homelessness and poverty.
But you do individually.
That's right. No, well, actually, we don't have funding for case managers in general. So that needs to be a part of the critical infrastructure of day services. So that's why the winter scale up is not sufficient, because it doesn't allow for that long-term connection. So you need a person that can follow somebody through their journey all the way until housing placement and sustainability. Otherwise, they fall through the cracks time and time again.
So you feel that with option 4, you would just get that?
Yes, we'd be able to have folks that can support people every step of the way, instead of having a shelter serve someone here and then them bouncing over here and then bouncing over here. You need case management that can support people across programs.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, seeing no one else on the board for questions, I'll just take a quick look around. No? So now we will move on to questions to our administration. And I did select it. I don't see anybody else on there. But I'm just wondering, is Mayor Knack was looking to do a motion, but I think he's going to wait till after we do questions. So I guess to administration, you know, it just, I know you do a lot of, you know, reaching out to the Ministry of what is it called now, Community Services. And I'm just wondering, what other ministries have you connected with? Like, I'm, you know, looking at iHuman, Minister Churton with Children's Services, considering the number of Indigenous people that are impacted by this. Have we reached out to Minister Sawney, to their offices, to see what other funding that they can provide?
Thanks for the question, Councillor Haney from Affordable Housing and Homelessness. We have primarily worked with the Assisted Living and Social Services Ministry, Mental Health and Addictions. We have begun attempts to reach out to Children and Family Services as well. So we will continue to pursue that work, but primarily it's work on housing and mental health and addictions that we've been interacting with recently.
Okay. And then I think you mentioned in your presentation that, you know, you've got no line of sight on the referrals and sort of what the outcomes are. Is there any way of trying to get that information again so we can, just to confirm that these things are working?
We can definitely explore opportunities to pursue that, but I think even as you heard with speakers, the challenge, of course, is being able to have the capacity to both collect the data and then follow clients through their journey and understand where they're at some time from now. So in a lot of cases, some of the agencies that would have this data don't have a reporting obligation to the city. So we would be asking as a courtesy if they could provide the data. So really without the integration, the true integration of data and data sharing agreements, we won't be able to understand fully the status of people's journeys.
Okay. But I think anecdotally we know that it is working.
I wouldn't suggest that we base any decision making on anecdotes.
Okay, thank you. So we do need that information. So going from option 3 to 4, if we were to just look at the essential services and providing that space for maybe the province to establish another navigation center, would that be an option?
There's probably a few ways we could do this. If we wanted to provide option 3 as our investment, I think it would just depend on if we're satisfied with the outcomes of that. So I suspect that will primarily be a safety, life-saving kind of intervention. I wouldn't be confident to say that we can expect any partners, including the government of Alberta, to come to the table with funding for day spaces. Thus far, our investigation has revealed that there really isn't any funding for this. And so over the long term, maybe there's a chance that we could convince folks that this is worth investing in because it's important. At the moment, I think it's probably just a fact that if the city decides to invest in this, the city will be investing alone.
Okay, but the navigation center currently isn't considered, day spaces. It's a resource, a coordination of resources. So if we can suggest or collaborate with the province to do a similar one in a day space site, would that not be a possibility?
We could explore those opportunities with the province to see if they're willing to expand similar kinds of services in other sites.
Okay. But if we don't have that, then we do need the option for the community service hub for.
I think the version of option 4 that's presented in the report is heavily dependent upon having the agreements and relationships in place with sector partners, including the government of Alberta, to provide a lot of those in-reach and integrated services. Failing that, option 4 would just become option 3, effectively.
Okay, and what about the feds? Is there a role that we can have them play? And I'm thinking again, Indigenous services or Indigenous relations.
Yeah, that's probably the role that the federal government can play as well.
Yeah.
And we can explore that as well.
Okay, thank you. My time is up, and we'll go to Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Chair Wright. So just following up on that, this concept, is this model supposed to be like for a single space, or is this something that we want to see, or is this report for each individual provider to have this model?
So to capitalize on existing operations, we probably would want to expand existing sites the way we did this past winter. In addition, and again, as you heard through a number of the speakers, ideally, if we were to pursue option 4, a community service hub model would have geographic spread so that there's accessibility of those spaces throughout the city.
Okay, that would be very costly, I would assume.
Probably.
Because you would need all the resources within those community hubs. And there was a concern of duplication. So is it duplicative? From my understanding, administration does not have a recommendation, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Does administration want to give an opinion if they see it as duplication?
So on duplication, I think that could be mitigated if we were to pursue this investment. It's just a matter of being clear with partners about who's doing what and what we're providing in the space. I think we could probably mitigate that.
Right, okay. And then something I heard a speaker say about the Navigation Center doesn't have long-term case management. So is that something that this model would provide?
Ideally.
Ideally, okay. And okay, yeah, I think that's enough. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Parmar?
Thank you, Chair Wright. I want to talk a little bit about Speaker Jordan about the shame part, about having spaces in Edmonton, you know, that you can just go to, public spaces, and making them feel more comfortable. I'm just wondering what we do currently, you know, in our libraries, in our open spaces, in our third spaces in the community, in the city. Can you speak to that a little bit?
I think our frontline partners are probably better able to speak to that. We don't have a frontline presence, so I can't speak to it from experience. But some of the conversations that maybe my colleagues, my teammates have had with agencies could shed some light on that.
Hi, I'm Caitlin. I work in affordable housing. So one way that the library has worked to make spaces more inclusive is they have, at Stanley Milner, they have 2 or 3 social workers. And so their goal is to connect people who are vulnerable and accessing library services with the existing system of care, whether it's income, housing, recovery, food, those types of services.
Okay, and so option 4, do you see us using those spaces more, or is the option 4 mainly for our frontline providers?
I think option 4 is separate from like a library, so it'd be more a community service hub or like a building that allows alternative options to like libraries or rec centers.
So in an additional space beyond that, like you wouldn't be a comprehensive coordination of like all of our spaces in Edmonton, including the ones that we currently have?
I think the way that we imagine it is that there would still be, we would try to integrate with existing sites like EPL as well. It's just that those sites wouldn't transform to become day service hubs. I think that the version articulated in option 4 is really dedicated sites for day space operations.
Okay. And so there's no map of where all these day spaces, like I didn't see it in the package, like there's no map of like where all of these spaces occur in the city.
We didn't include it in the report. We could probably follow up with that though if you wanted a geographic look at that.
That would be great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Parmar. I guess we will go now to Councillor Rutherford on committee.
Yeah, again, you would have heard some of my line of questions to the speakers, the members of public that came to speak. And I just keep hearing in my head, like, nothing about us without us, nothing about us without us. And I do not hear or see reflected any of the voices of lived experience. And I know we've done a lot of research, so I'm really disappointed that that did not ground any of the recommendations or the GBA Plus analysis. Can you please speak to that?
In our evaluation attachment, we did do a lived experience. We engaged with people at the sites that we funded. We had conversations with 42 individuals who were accessing the sites. And so we asked them questions that were partly like quantitative, like how often do you use these sites? Are you housed? Those types of questions. But then we also asked open-ended questions about what do you like about day spaces? And so that is reflected in the evaluation. And I would say that largely what we heard is echoed based on what we've heard from the service providers, in the sense that the biggest draw to day space is that it's a judgment-free place for people to access some basic needs, but they also can set their own goals and connect with the people that they want to and the services that they deem as being important.
And I'm going back to like some of the research on lived experience. It's a bit broader, and how people move through Edmonton that are unhoused. And, you know, we've done a lot to talk about how we do more, like less clustered services. So if we think about how we used to build services, it was all like really concentrated in downtown. And now we've said we'll have smaller things throughout our city, because we know that not everybody can get to a hub downtown, nor is everybody feel safe if there's that many people concentrated in one spot, and it dissuades people. So again, I'm not seeing that reflected in the recommendation and how we got, because like again, I love that we're here. I love that, you know, it's clear when I look at the city's, you know, housing and homelessness plan. The city plan talks about as long as there is homelessness, that, you know, the city establishes basic amenities, and it talks about goal 3, as long as homelessness persists, the city contributes to emergency responses. So there's no debating that we have squarely said that we have a role in this. I just want to make sure that we don't lose the voices of those we're trying to actually serve.
I think even though a summary of all of the lived experience that we've done across our multiple policies and plans is not necessarily situated in this report, doesn't mean that it is isolated from the options that were presented.
How has the hub model as a recommendation for, which is what, you know, we're hearing from and is what we're leaning towards, I guess, how does that reflect what we've heard from people, besides that they like to have a space that they can come?
Okay. So to be clear, this isn't a recommendation report, so we didn't provide one. But with the community hub model, I think we would take some of those lessons learned around policy C620 and the transportation needs of folks from across the city, and work collaboratively with the government of Alberta and our sector partners to ensure that there are pathways and connections to sites across the city that are reflective of the diversity of need that is present in different parts of the community.
What about barriers that if people have stated that are experiencing homelessness to services? Because I even think about something as simple as like having to show your ID can be a barrier, right? Like I know we talked about that with like some of the supervised consumption sites. So just I'm wondering how, you know, if we go down the path of creating a service package for, let's say, option 4, will there be a more fulsome picture of that comes back with that?
I do think that we need to do a lot more work with the sector if we are directed to move forward on an unfunded service package to determine what it would look like on the ground. It would have been a lot of work for our partners to put together 3 different community-based options based on existing infrastructure and proposed new infrastructure, not knowing the direction council wanted to go. So yes.
Okay. I'll thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Tang?
Yeah, I know this was a really hard report for you to develop, so I just want to acknowledge that and thank you for all the work that's gone into it. It's incredibly complex and very difficult. I guess just to Councillor Rutherford's point, I think there was a lot that I didn't see in the evaluation. I mean, I appreciate there's interviews, I think there's demographics shared, but I think it lacked the type of depth that ethnographic research done years ago would have surfaced. And a lot of that actually hasn't really changed. And I don't think the things that I've learned during that period when I was at the city necessarily align with people's preference for specific service over the other. But if you ask people about, do they access service, do they access day services, I'm sure they will have an answer, but deep down, I'm not sure. I think just to her point, I don't think it necessarily tells us about people's motivation, their stories, how they ended up here, and what is a pathway they see for themselves to leave. But I feel like I'm a bit of a broken record on this, so I will drop that. I am curious about, I'll start with the 24/7 piece, because we hear that all the time. But it's also clearly not the way I think province thinks 24/7 is being delivered. Like when you communicate that to our colleagues at the province, like, do they understand how the 24/7 structure is functioning right now? Do they understand the gaps?
I can't speak on behalf of the government of Alberta, but I think in our conversations with them informally, they understand, and we have to keep in mind, of course, that the significant capacity increases of the shelter system have really only happened in the last couple of years. So perhaps now that, and as Tim said from Hope, the system is really oversubscribed right now. There are capacity constraints across the board.
And so province understands it's oversubscribed, there's gaps, correct?
Correct. And there are also some physical limitations to how operations can happen at any given shelter site in terms of all the services they're providing, being able to provide day sleeping, which is distinct from day space.
Yep.
These are all operational limitations that can't always be overcome.
Okay, I just want to acknowledge that we recognize the limitations, we recognize the gaps, but there's not necessarily an offer of solution to that. And then, so earlier I had a question around the heavy users of service, which I think in many ways it was successful. And we played a role in that as well. And now I'm hearing Chief Dreichel mention the community action tables. I understand the province has a heavy users of health service project. What is the thing that brings, like, do those fill the gap? Are they filling the gap that we're seeing? You know, what's the effort to come bring those together?
So we are also seeing the emergence of this conversation happening at a few different tables, including the action table with EPS and United Way. And the province, of course, has undertaken a lot of work to try to figure out how they relieve the pressure on emergency rooms. These conversations are still really early and they're young, and we're involved in some of them, so I think it's just a matter of figuring out which willing partners and participants want to be at the table to talk about how we do better data sharing, how we manage caseloads together, so that we can understand better the pathway and the journey of the cohort of people that we think are drawing on the most services. But it's still too early for me to say anything concrete about where that's headed.
And there's been data sharing initiatives, I feel like, forever. And there's some dedicated funding now for some of those data sharing platforms, like we saw out of the Housing Task Force, right?
Yes, but I think the challenge, of course, is that none of those are as comprehensive as we would like them to be able to get the outcomes that we want. I mean, if we talk about HUAS as the example, that was a really expensive initiative. The EPS funded most of it, and it was at least 7 full-time FTEs for a caseload of only 20 people.
And the option 4 could cover that.
A really expensive version of option 4 could cover that.
Okay. Thank you very much. Mayor Knack?
Thanks, Councillor. I have a motion. If it's okay, I'll make it now.
Please do.
Thank you. That administration work with social service providers and government partners to prepare an unfunded service package for consideration during the 2027 to 2030 budget deliberations to advance option 4 as presented in attachment 4 of the June 8th, 2026 Community Services Report, with the goal of improving access to housing, support services, and pathways to long-term stability.
And did you want to have a couple of minutes to introduce that?
Yeah, I think there's been a lot of good discussion. Sorry, I've been listening in. We've heard the need, I think, that exists. I would, I'll continue to echo some of the frustration I've heard from some of the questions about the incomplete nature of things that are happening with our provincial partners, although I will say it feels like we're making some baby steps in some areas. And so it's not, I actually think this can continue to further that work. There is a huge gap. It's not just our agency partners that are here today. It's not just the folks in lived experience. We've heard from the Chamber of Commerce. They sent us a letter on this one asking for us to advance this option forward as well. I continue to hear in almost every room of business leaders in the downtown that there is a desire to have, to further address the safety work. I mean, there's progress being made by Edmonton Police Service. There's progress being made by some of these groups, but there's a need for even more of that. And I think when we're thinking about this upcoming 4-year budget and what's the right level of investment for certain spaces and for certain services when considering our priorities. There's likely going to be a strong argument that this would fall within the properly addressing the safety priority that we have. And so this is why I want to bring this forward again. We'll debate the merits of the actual program later this year, but I think we need to fill this gap because it's significant still in the city, and that's why I'm bringing it forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much for putting that motion on. I'm just wondering, and maybe I'll ask you, this report was not a recommendation report, it was just an evaluation. Would you be looking for administration to maybe prioritize this to be funded and provide some recommendation that way?
I mean, I think at the end of the day, administration is going to evaluate all of our unfunded service packages against each other, against council's priorities. I think based off what we're seeing on our streets in our city and what we're hearing from community, I think there's a strong argument that this will be higher up on the list when we're thinking about how do we best address safety with what is in our purview. This is likely one of the areas that would have the greatest impact, albeit we still need more recovery beds from the province. We still need more pre- and post-recovery housing units to address the 513-day gap that we heard about. But in terms of what we can do right now, I imagine it's going to be higher up on the list.
Okay, so looking more for that recommendation, I think.
Yeah, we'll ultimately defer to administration, but I think if we've got community partners, business partners, community leaders all speaking out and saying this is going to likely have some of the best impact, then we have to decide, are there other things we're currently doing that might fund this instead? Is there a better way to just break down the resources? But that'll be part of the budget process.
Then I guess to administration, because I was going to ask for a motion to provide unfunded for either 3 or 4. If you do find that you get some cooperation from other government partners where they can fund the community hub model as long as we provide the essential services part, would you be able to provide an unfunded package, or within that unfunded package break it out between 3 and 4?
The way the motion is worded, we would bring a package for a single program. But within that, we can identify perhaps items that are scalable up or down so that council has that for consideration during budget.
Okay, that works for me. And I did have a question kind of related to the motion, but I guess to administration. Jordan said that the funding went away after the pandemic. How much has the city funded to this sector in the past 5 years? Haven't we increased funding?
So during the 2023 to 2026 budget cycle, we have spent $5.1 million on day spaces. For the duration of COVID, we spent $11.3 million between 2020 and 2025. Which was a combination of federal, like city, but also federal and provincial COVID relief dollars.
Okay, but since, sorry, you said in the 2023, 2026.
Sorry, so between 2020 and 2025, we've spent $11.3 million on day space.
Sorry, 2023 to 2020.
Sorry, 2020 to 2025,
okay.
$11.3 million. And of that $11.3 million, $5.1 million has been spent between 2023 and 2026.
And that's over and above any other funding that we've had into that sector?
Yes. So we have spent $33.1 million, I would say, on the continuum of the crisis continuum of care, which the $28 million has been spent on outreach.
Okay. So our funding, our level of government funding hasn't gone away.
No, like annually we still fund outreach services.
So it's other levels of government that have reduced. Okay, that's all I have. Going next to the board, Councillor on the committee, Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Chair Wright. Further to Councillor or Chair Wright's questioning, for option 3, you had said that you could, the motion as it's worded here, you could scale up or down? Like, would you be giving us any other options?
So the way the motion's worded, because it specifically calls out option 4, we would bring in an unfunded service package for option 4. And what we could do within that package is just highlight some items that could scale up or down. So we might take out specific kinds of things so that it costs less.
Yeah, okay. So what, how much work would it be to get an unfunded service package for option 3 as well? Is that a lot of extra work for administration?
I wouldn't say it's a lot of extra work. No, we could do that.
No, then I would like to make an amendment to add an unfunded service package for option 3 as well, to be able to compare the two.
And would the mover consider that friendly? Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Principe. That's it? Okay. All right, then Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, I guess I'm just wondering to the mayor, with your motion, why it adds the sentence with the goal of improving access to housing, support services, and pathways to long-term stability. I ask this because usually when we do a motion for an unfunded service package, we've directed, options 3 and 4, it's implicit already in what is there, and I sometimes worry that when we add extra words, we actually put administration in quite a box, and actually take away some of their flexibility. So I wanted to understand that piece of the motion.
I think, and I can double check, but I'm sort of, for me, I'm sort of indifferent, but I think we worked with administration on this for the wording, but no big deal either way. Like, to me, I want to make sure they have the flexibility, so whether those words are there or not, that's the goal, but I don't really have
Because
any
I think
particular
about,
ties
like,
to it.
but is it the goal? Like, is it the goal? I'm not saying it's not the goal, that we've heard about the connective tissue needed for the homelessness serving sector. But isn't the goal also harm reduction? Isn't the goal also community connection? Isn't the goal also a public space where people can be? Right? Like, I don't know if I necessarily, and I worry if we put that kind of wording and framing around it, that we will end up creating something that has to go in that direction of creating the funnel for housing. And then we don't have necessarily housing on the other end of that, versus also recognizing, like we have in our plan, like our corporate plan on housing and homelessness, where we say, as long as homelessness persists, we have a role in providing intervention to protect the safety of individuals that are experiencing homelessness.
Yeah, again, I'm not tied to those words, so if that provides comfort, no problem at all.
Yeah, I would feel more comfortable with that being removed. I don't know if you or the committee would find that fully friendly, but I just think it's implicit already in the report, and I just think that we want to keep it open to other benefits that come from day spaces, besides just grounding it heavily in service provision. So
would the mayor like to restate his motion, or did you want to do?
I said, well, my motion would be to strike basically after report CS 03259, but if it's friendly, I don't need to, but it has to be friendly to the assembly, right? So.
Considered friendly, committee? Okay.
Thank you. And then I guess just again to the mayor, how do you envision, and you've heard sort of my line of questioning, I think Councillor Tang's also had some similar line of questioning, as this, if this is approved and this service packages are provided with sort of that scale up, scale down, how do you envision the voices of lived people living with lived experience being grounded in what's brought back?
Yeah, I mean, I think the short answer is it's, you know, any program you're creating, if you're not creating what the people are going to be accessing, it's not set up for success. And I think the expectation I would have of our community partners and our administration is that, you know, we're tapping into all of that knowledge when that happens.
So do you need that expressly in this motion as well, or will that be something that we will see reflected better in the GBA Plus analysis or any other components that come back with these service packages?
We can integrate that into the work. There's no need to put it in the motion.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Tang?
I would perhaps, Mr. Mayor, I would actually disagree with that. I think we create a lot of programs. Oftentimes they're not with the end users. And even in this particular sector, I think, no offense, but we do a lot with the service providers and less so with the service users or community members. I guess to administration, can you just give me a scale? Because I know there's no numbers in this report necessarily, but can you give me a scale of difference between cost 3 and 4? I mean, options 3 and 4. Is it too early to say?
We don't have the analysis that would be sufficient enough to give you that order of magnitude.
Okay, thank you. I have some questions for the mayor. You mentioned chamber. Are they advocating to the province? Because I don't know. I see a lot of activity. I don't see a lot of results.
Yeah, I would want to work with them from our office to make sure they're also pushing it, because they've sent a letter to us, that's great, but are they pushing the right folks as well? We need to
Because
make
last
sure they're doing
term, when Mayor Sohi established the Housing and Houses Task Force, the chamber said they would step up and rally the business community. They held one forum. Have they mentioned anything else they're doing on this front?
I haven't had a chance to talk with them yet. I have my breakfast with the chamber next week, so I'll be chatting with them about this.
Okay. Are we meeting with the ministers on, or have you met with ministers before developing this motion?
Yes, so spoke with Minister from Mental Health and Addictions on this. From what I understand, and administration can correct the record, but I believe the deputy minister and their team was brought in on this conversation because he said he was, Evan Romanoff. So I think some of those conversations have happened, but it'll need to be more with the provincial ministers because it can't just be mental health and addictions.
And does the Deputy Minister Romanoff, do you get the same sense, kind of what I heard in questions to administration, that they understand the gaps, but they're not coming forward with solutions?
Always hesitate to speak for folks, but I would say I think I did get the impression there's an understanding, not just from the administrative side, but I do, I've talked to Mr. Wilson numerous times. He understands there's a gap right now. They don't have enough recovery beds. They don't have enough pre and post recovery spaces. They don't have enough of many different pieces of infrastructure. So I think they understand it. Will they fund it? Will they help step up? That's to be determined, and part of what the purpose of this would be.
So with this, then, it will spur that intergovernmental conversations led by you?
Yes, that's going to be a direct ask we can include in this to say, listen, if we're looking at a program that's about $6.5 million for the option 4, there's probably a strong case for the province to put in some funding into this as well. And that way, it's not a jurisdiction argument. It's just we all benefit from this, and every area is benefiting. So let's put in some funds.
Do you want to make that explicit?
I mean, I'm happy if you want. Yeah, happy to. That was already an expectation, and the government partners piece on the administrative side is important, but happy to make it explicit on the political side too.
I'll leave that with committee, just a thought. And then just administration, if you can remind me, in the last budget cycle, we funded homelessness prevention. It wasn't very much, but how much was it?
$1 million.
So did you say 18 million?
1 million.
1 million. Okay, could be your question. For the 4 years, right?
Annually, yep.
And something like this would kind of fall into that?
No, for us, prevention is upstream. So it's like happens
like rent subsidies and that kind of stuff, right?
Pardon?
Like rent subsidies and.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
Okay.
Eviction prevention.
Right. Okay. So it'll be apart from that. Okay. And then just a final question to Mr. Mayor, because I feel like you've been serving the longest on council. Over the last many years, I feel like I'm getting different signals sometimes. You've wanted to own this file. You've wanted to transition out of it. In fact, we have a transition strategy for homelessness-related services coming back on June 29th. This one gets us deeper. Would love to hear more.
I don't think I can answer in 14 seconds, but happy to answer on
I can come back.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for managing the time there, Councillor Stevenson.
Happy if you want to respond, take a bit of time.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I go back and forth on this all the time because, at the end of the day, we're hearing from folks every single day about property taxes and them going up and I'm hearing from folks to stay in your lane and at the same time, I hear from sometimes the same people or the same organizations say, do more to help create vibrancy in the downtown or safety in the downtown. I've had meetings in the last 2 weeks with groups that tell me they want me to spend, 5 to 10 million more to bring folks back downtown 5 days a week instead of 3 days a week because they're worried about safety. When I'm thinking about safety, is this a better use? So we're getting pushed all this. For me personally, I lean more towards I still would prefer to step up and do the right thing than not. Yes, I would like the right governments to take over the responsibility, but seeing the results of this, and albeit we don't have as much detail as we need, I'd like to see, I think there's been some success on this, particularly in the iHuman side, that I saw some really direct results about gang members in youth gangs being able to access this space and get disconnected from those not so great folks.
Great, thank you very much. Just to administration, so my assumption would be that we wouldn't necessarily be looking at any capital investment. Again, we have some spaces that we can activate further. Is that fair?
That was our thinking, but I would not rule out a capital investment if we're talking about a geographic spread of new sites.
Okay, well, and I think maybe again that could be one of the optionalities in terms of how what we could maybe add on or not. Also, just wondering, the report references the importance of a data management system. So, as again, that's maybe kind of a capital cost, but will we look at incorporating that as part of option 4? I'm seeing
yes.
Nods. Wonderful. My assumption is also that the differential, I would assume that the city's cost between option 3 and option 4 is fairly steady. What's different in option 4 is investments from other partners. Is that not what administration was thinking?
When I think about the difference, a big part of that is going to be the capacity to manage and deliver on the data and the case management. That isn't insignificant.
For sure, but again, we wouldn't necessarily be costing out the cost of having nurses on site. That wouldn't be the city's cost.
Correct.
Okay. I don't know if anyone knows this off the top of their head, but again, just to contextualize some of this conversation, do we know how much we invest in community leagues every year? Someone else in the room may know that, but I'll leave it, come back. Also, just thinking about some of the other, something that came through in the comments I heard today is the importance of a place where people can go to. I know at the beginning of the beginning of last term, we did expand and invest quite heavily in outreach services, outreach teams. Again, I think that was necessary and important during the pandemic, and connecting with folks who were in encampments, for example. Do we still have those outreach resources available, and is there potential value at looking at how they could be reinvested in this type of model?
Yes, we do still have those outreach teams operating, and I think when we're coming back to the evaluation of this space and demonstrating how it's connected, we would look to integrate referrals into day spaces from outreach teams, but I think we would need to do more work to determine whether or not there would be value in reallocating those resources, because those folks are still very busy.
Still very busy. Okay, no, that's really helpful. I don't know that we've had an update in some time. I know we sort of had the outreach landscape as a report, so I don't know if that's something that administration could provide as a memo. It's fallen a bit off my radar in terms of how active those groups are, how those resources are being used, but appreciate that maybe it's not either or, it's both and then how the outreach services can strengthen referrals to the day spaces. Okay, I think that's it, unless we have a community league number.
I think administration is looking towards EFCL.
$5.5 million a year annually to community leagues. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Laura. And Councillor Tang, go ahead, please.
Just a couple final questions. Hanny, you mentioned that if we were to, so option 4 would include integrated case management.
That's what we want to explore in the version of option 4 that we've articulated, yes.
But earlier you also said if we want to kind of like who has the heavy users of service level of integrated case management, that's a more expensive version.
That's correct.
Of option 4.
Correct.
Would be option 4 plus.
Yeah.
Okay.
Again, as I've said, it really depends on the outcomes that council wants.
Yeah.
And it depends on the level of comprehensiveness that we want this option to be functioning at.
Yeah. I guess, Mr. Mayor, what is your vision for this?
Yeah, I think that 4+, I mean, and that's, if they need it clear in the motion, let's make it clear, but I think it's important to have all of that as part of our considerations here, because without that integrated sort of collaboration, I don't know if it's set up for as successful as we could be.
And do you see this sort of on top of all these additional funding that we provide to outreach, for example, or I'm not even sure what other things we're funding in the social service sector?
So I would say not
necessarily. It's inclusive.
I think it could be an inclusive conversation, so I would absolutely want us to say, what are we currently spending right now? What are the outcomes we're getting on that? And is that, X, let's call it $6.5 million or so, should we be taking from X and putting into Y to get a better outcome? I'm very open to that.
I'm thinking winter emergency, for example. It's very seasonal. If
Yep.
we have something year-round, could that be inclusive of what we have to figure out every winter when those resources is needed year-round?
100%.
Is that clear? Or do you want to weigh on that to administration?
I would just caution from reallocating, because I think some of the services that we provide during extreme weather, for instance, like winter transportation, can be leveraged to help, especially during seasonality, to scale up additional hours, or the connectedness through transportation that we do.
But we do have a motion for an unfunded service package on extreme weather, on what the cost would be to decrease the threshold. And I think if the direction was from council was to also invest in day services, we would want to look at both of those packages concurrently and see if there are efficiencies to be found between the two. So if we're extending day space hours, for example, into evenings and weekends, maybe we're considering what our role is in that temporary overnight respite shelter. I think those are the conversations that we still need to have.
Okay,
and the only thing that I would add in addition is that if we're talking primarily operational homelessness response items, but we can't talk about these kinds of investments without talking about holistically all of the investments we're making relative to affordable housing and homelessness. So one of the reasons you don't see a recommendation in this report is because it's impossible for us to make that recommendation without the context of whether or not this comes at the expense of investments in affordable and supportive housing, for example.
Yeah.
So those are the kinds of conversations that council will have during budget.
So that report I referenced earlier around that transition strategy, additional information coming back June 29th, is that when we have that conversation? When do we talk about what you just said?
Yeah, during that presentation, we'll be able to have the conversation about sort of the more system level gaps that are existing, and that we'll be able to talk about roles and responsibilities and investments and sort of what is needed for the future in order to ensure that Edmonton remains a leader in developing affordable housing and competitive for other funding streams that are coming online.
Yeah, I understand this is relevant to this report, but it does make me question whether it's a little bit too standalone or too siloed in the context of everything else. So I'll just flag that. And then just one final thing for administration. You mentioned Calgary is $4 million per year ongoing. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then do they fund things like we fund outreach and other?
Correct. Yeah.
So $4 million is on top of what they do.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, great. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford.
Okay, I'm going to ask a line of questioning that I don't think has been asked yet. So we put 1 million towards day spaces from December 2025 to March 2026. Was, I think, your first motion as mayor, Mr. Mayor. With this motion on the floor, we're not going to see funding or something upstart until 2027. So we're knowingly leaving a gap on the table, and I'm just wondering why your motion doesn't include any kind of continuity for the remainder of 2026.
There we go. The mic turned on. No, great question. I am actually very intrigued and would be interested in doing something, debating on, looking at how much is still left in council contingency to allow work to happen, starting in November and December. I was trying to separate out the conversations. I'm sort of working on that right now, but would be very interested in talking about that. But obviously, council would have to decide if we wanted to do that and what funding source we would use to provide any interim support from November, December.
Because I remember when we had this debate, and that was my biggest point of contingency, because as somebody that has worked for 15 years with service providers across many nonprofits in different spaces, including the homeless serving sector, the 1 year funding, and then you spend all that effort to roll something up, to then stop it, to then have to roll it back up again. I don't know, I guess to administration, is there any unallocated funding in the Community Safety and Wellbeing Fund remaining for 2026?
I don't believe so, but we'd have to check to confirm.
Yeah, I think, could you check to confirm that for sure? And then is Ms. Padbury here? Or Harms here, I see him. What is our projection right now in terms of, I remember at the last operation update where we're in the black, correct?
Councillor, can you hear me? Yep. Sorry, can you just repeat the question one more time?
I'm just trying to get a sense of, with the 2026 budget, we are projected to be in the black right now, right? Based on our last operational budget update to council?
Yeah, that's correct. We're early in the year still, but yeah, so projecting to be in a bit of a surplus position, yeah.
Can you remind me the order of magnitude of what our projected surplus is?
Oh, it's still in flux. I can't say for sure.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. When we come forward with some of the future budget discussions, we should have a better projection of where we're going to be, and then we come late in summer with the Q2 results. So that's when we'll be formally able to tell you what the projected position is.
Okay.
And I can confirm that there is no unallocated funding available in CSWB for 2026. Sorry about my mic.
It's okay. Apparently it's great online, so you're good for once, yeah. And what's our council contingency at?
Let me check that for you, Councillor, and get back to you.
Sorry, yeah. I don't want to throw a wrench into today, but I do think that is a huge gap that I don't want to leave on the table as we go into even October. Thinking about budget deliberations can go into December. We wouldn't then be even approving the funding for start release till January 1st, which is heavily into the winter. So I guess I might, to the chair, over lunch, I might try to work on something for a subsequent related to that, so that we can deal with this one and then come back to it when we have time later in the agenda, if that's okay.
That sounds wonderful to me.
Councillor, I think you have around $425,000 left in council contingency, but I'll confirm over the lunch hour for sure.
And then just chat me and...
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, thanks very much, Harm. So no other questions? No one else on the board? So anyone to speak to the motion? Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, thank you. Just wanted to quickly take a moment to acknowledge and thank all of the service providers who've joined us today. just really, as always, impressed and grateful for the work that you're doing, not only to support our community, but to support each other. It's really, really appreciated. I think we ask a lot of questions about jurisdiction and our role when the Edmontonians we're serving are experiencing homelessness. And we don't ask those same questions when they're housed. We take as a given that we provide community leagues, funding to have physical spaces for community gatherings, programs like coffee days, art programs, things to address loneliness, build connection and resilience. As mentioned, we also do that in our rec centers and our libraries that some folks face barriers to accessing. So I think that this frame helps make it clear to me, at least, that again, this is not dissimilar to a myriad of other services that we provide. And beyond sort of the fundamental community building, our principles of relationship building that we hold and we execute on daily, these spaces have the additional imperative of being life-saving, being critical for safety, addressing, the epidemic of frostbite that we're seeing and the lifelong injuries that creates. And sadly, of course, the risk of death. We marked the 349 people that lost their lives on Edmonton streets last year. So again, these investments help us meet those needs and meet many of our other, meet the needs of those individuals experiencing homelessness and then many other needs in our community of businesses, of residents. So really appreciate the mayor's motion. I'm also going to break protocol for a moment and just want to take a moment to acknowledge Jordan Reiniger for your years of service. You've helped us navigate some extremely challenging times.
Clapping aloud.
Clapping aloud, just this once. But you've been such a powerful voice for those who don't often have one, so thank you. And thank you, I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Morgan.
Thanks. I've been a little quiet during this debate here, but I've enjoyed it. Just a little under the weather today, I think. But I'll speak in favor of the motion. Just prior to joining council, I worked frontlines of Edmonton Transit, witnessed more than my fair share of Edmontonians living in very desperate circumstances, especially during the pandemic. Circumstances that caused trauma to not only those living with houselessness, but also for my overwhelmed colleagues, co-workers, riders, and frankly myself too. I witnessed things I wouldn't dare repeat, but when we talk about the lived experience of living on the streets, think about that safety piece that was mentioned by a few of our speakers this morning. Safety for all. Living on the streets isn't easy, and when you're exposed to the elements, you're also exposed to those that would victimize you as well. So having a place for people to go that is safe, respectful, supportive, and inclusive during winter and summer months is an essential part of that journey of recovery. And even though the pandemic is over, when I think we saw the height of our challenges of people with nowhere to go, I'm not hearing significant improvements. I hear the stress in particular as transit and our firefighters are under, continuing to see and respond to drug poisonings and people living precariously and not having the tools to really respond proactively to these situations. I'm also thinking of the costs mentioned. We're paying for this already by way of first responders, by way of stress leave. When I was supervising in LRT, I lost staff because of it, by way of maintenance costs in our public spaces, by way of lost participation on our transit system, by way of encampment cleanups and response and more. So there's a cost to this, but I think there's a greater cost to our inaction than if we take it head on right now. So I'm in support.
Thank you very much, Councillor Morgan. Councillor Tang.
Yeah, great. Thank you very much. I have to admit this was a tough one in terms of paths for moving forward, and I appreciate everyone who came forward to speak on this. But I think I've really come around to option 4 and maybe even option 4 plus. I want to speak first to a bit of what Councillor Rutherford brought up around the lived experience, because I feel like we keep circling back over and over. I feel like this comes up all the time. I remember, several years ago when I was at the city, I think I met a lot of the folks who came forward to speak on this through the Recover Project. I actually still think that those were some of the best lived experience research we've done. And there was one particular project focused around City Center Mall, which I think is very ironic given where the mall is right now. But one of the questions asked is, how do you spend time in the mall? Why do you spend time in the mall? With a lot of the vulnerable community members, one of the things that people said was the mall made them feel like a normal person. And that's kind of where they feel maybe finding a bit of sense of their self, finding them worthy of a normal life. A few years later, we funded some of the projects came out of that kind of scaled with the Solos project. And shame came up a lot. And we found a way to move forward or to figure out how to help people address that shame. Again, finding that sense of self-worthiness to a place where people can accept help. I must admit, in a lot of those conversations, formal service doesn't really come up as a place where people can find that sense of normalcy. But I recognize this place. I think it's really important. However, I think some of these alternative pathways, I don't see that in this report. I don't see that in this evaluation. I don't see that in the options presented. And while I'm not on committee, I'm not gonna make it a really complex motion, but it goes without saying, I expect that I expect a portion of this to be dedicated to that kind of, I guess, alternative creative solution finding. And having been steeped in that work, I do see this conversation around systems coordination come up a lot. And I think what kind of made me come around to option 4 is around, we've funded HUAS, we've funded integrated case management, but they're pretty short-lived. We inject something and then, over time, it gets taken away and we don't see that sustainable, infrastructure being developed and for it to really have an impact. So I think there is a room I think there is space for this kind of work, and I think that is important. I worry about getting deeper into this space. I think we as a council have to come to terms that we're gonna own this, but I think the risk, and I think everyone in this room knows that, is that it gives the other orders of government out, and we can't let that happen. So I think those are some of the pieces that have made me come around to option 4, because I think I agree with a lot of things that Councillor Morgan mentioned around the cost to other municipal services, the cost to our staff, it costs to businesses, et cetera. There's so many secondary impact, and if we could finally commit to something and not waver on that, because I think we do a lot of wavering on this sector, on this particular issue, then perhaps we'll finally find a point where it will have an impact.
Thank you very much, Councillor Tang. Just a few minutes here.
Do you want me to move to extend to finish the vote on this?
That might be a good idea.
Okay, I'll move that.
And can we do that by unanimous consent? Yeah? Okay, let's go for it. That'll save us an extra 30 seconds. And so I will be voting in favor of this motion. I am concerned, as Councillor Tang said, has talked about in sort of getting us deeper into the funding. I think the sector has relied heavily on the care and compassion of not only this but previous councils to fill in the gap. I appreciate that the work of the social services sector coming together. I do hope that our government partners will also join in that collaboration and working with ministries across the board that impacts all of our neighbors here in the city. And we've already spent, and I have a correction from Caitlin as well, in the past 5 years, $20 million on day spaces, and the feds and province committed another 11.3 on that, so that's where we got the total of the 31 million. But so I mean there is some collaboration amongst the different levels of government, but it is I think a greater reliance that's been placed on the city, but it does help with our safety concerns, and so I think I'm going to have to wait until that that service package comes forward in the fall, and hopefully it won't be unfunded, and that we'll find some money to address the priorities of our safety. And with that, I will hand it back over to Councillor Knack to close. Or, sorry, Mayor now.
Whichever, this works. Thank you. Yeah, two stories have sort of stuck with me in the last little bit here. I think about, I was taking the Valley Line LRT from about Bonnie Doon. I ran into some of our peace officers and was talking to them about some of the challenges, some of what's working well, and they've been making progress, but also some of their frustrations and how actually, in their view, the most challenging LRT station for them was actually the McEwen-Rogers Place one, because they'll go, there's a lot of folks there that are using that as their day space, and so they'll clear it out, and then literally 10 minutes later, they'll just go right back in. This is not a new story, but it was a recent reminder about how this is still continuing even with the progress we've been seeing. And then I think the other thing that really resonated was just Saturday, Van Block Party, fantastic event in Chinatown. Loved it, so great to see the vibrancy, and yet also clearly jarring that when you're crossing from the market over to the 9-man volleyball court that exists, and you look up and down the avenue, you see literally hundreds of people not in one of these spaces from our partners here, but out on the street, on the sidewalk. Something is clearly still wrong with this. And I can then continue to understand, while I feel very comfortable still in that space, I can understand that if you were a young family wanting to go enjoy that, it might still make you feel uncomfortable. And yes, there's the frustration that I think some people take discomfort and they then translate that to safety, but I'm not going to fault somebody for having a feeling like that. So the idea of day spaces, I would in fact argue, I actually don't think is provincial jurisdiction. But the reason why they have to exist is absolutely provincial jurisdiction. Right? The fact is we have a 513-day wait period for somebody to get into the right space. Somebody right now, there aren't enough pre-recovery housing units. It was an amazing tour with the Minister of Mental Health and Addictions looking at new beginnings. They don't have enough new beginnings to then let somebody get into Lakeview or any of the other spaces. And then once they're done, there's not enough spaces for them to go out to make sure that they're getting that continuum of care that they need. So I won't ignore that reality, and we shouldn't ignore that reality, and we should make sure we're talking about that with the provincial government when we're having the conversation about these day spaces. And so I'm going to make that commitment, and as per some of the questions, I'll make sure not just the partner organizations here in the room, but folks like the Chamber of Commerce are involved in that, making sure that the funding for this program, for this work, is being absorbed by many partners. I think at the end of the day, and we're not talking about approving the program right now, we're talking about a budget package, but I think for me, why I'm so interested in having this come forward is that when I think about the money we put into community safety and well-being, into housing and homelessness, all of these things, this is all very valuable money. It's all producing great outcomes, but it has been a little more sporadic. And I think, there's been a few questions from my council colleagues and rightfully identified sort of the fragmentation that this creates. And so creating something that is more permanent, and what I love is to see so many partners in the room here who want to, and have been now since the winter warming spaces piece and the day spaces, working together on how to best deliver this. It won't be a single big space. It's going to be a combination of small spaces across the city, making sure each partner does their part. We really need to have that data coordination, and I do hope there's a way, and this is where I would like to bring the provincial government into this. They're trying to streamline their data collection process. So is there a way to tap into that without all of the silliness that exists from the privacy laws, so that we can't have that continuation of sharing of information? So I'm not going to suggest that this motion alone will by any means solve every one of those pieces, but I think there is an opportunity to be more coordinated, and I do think there is an opening with the provincial government on this. Again, in particular, I give a lot of credit to the Minister of Mental Health and Addictions, who I think has identified a lot of this himself, and I think that's starting to get through to some of the other ministers. So I'm looking at this as an opportunity for us to coordinate, to be thoughtful, and looking forward to Councillor Rutherford's subsequent when we get back around how we make sure we can start the work before the winter break, and then if this, assuming gets funded as part of the permanent budget, can continue after. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Knack. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. And that is carried. We will now recess for lunch and come back to item or subsequent and item 7.3. Thank you. meeting back to order. We were going to be doing a motion, which I think we will put off on item 7.2, as we have our speakers here for item 7.3. But first, we will go ahead with the administration's report, please.
May we do a roll call?
Oh, sure, let's do that. See, I'm forgetting everything. Councillor Morgan.
Oh, hello.
Hello. Councillor Rutherford.
Hello.
Hello. Councillor Principe.
Hello.
Hello. And in chambers, River Valley Room, we have Councillor Tang. Good afternoon. And let's see anybody else online. Mayor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. And I think that's it. Okay, so I do, okay. So that's taken care of. So now we will go forward with the administration's presentation on Edmonton Federation of Community League stormwater management charges.
So, Councillor, we actually don't have any presentations or opening remarks, so we can go right to the public speakers.
Awesome. Okay. So then I will call up Laura Cunningham-Splay. I never get it right.
I think we got it. Is that better? Thank you.
Perfect.
Okay, good afternoon, Community and Public Services Committee. My name is Laura Cunningham-Chaplay. I'm the Executive Director for the Edmonton Federation of Community Leagues. I'm here to discuss item 7.3. I want to start by acknowledging the positive steps taken by City Admin. We appreciate that administration has recognized the financial reality of this issue by allocating $995,000 in funding to offset these stormwater charges, alongside one-time funding to correct past billing discrepancies. That funding is a vital and necessary buffer for today. However, the EFCL cannot support administration's recommendation to rescind Council's December 2025 motion. We urge you to maintain a centralized model where the city pays EPCOR directly for stormwater, rather than downloading the administrative burden of municipal infrastructure billing onto neighborhood volunteers. We didn't just guess how our members felt about this report, we asked them. Last week, we launched a flash survey of our volunteer boards and received 65 responses from leagues across the city. And an overwhelming 63 of them explicitly stated that they agree with the EFCL's position. 97% consensus. Our volunteers are speaking with one clear voice. They do not want to become utility administrators for the City of Edmonton. By decentralizing this process, the city is choosing to take a single streamlined administrative task and fragment it across more than 160 separate volunteer-run operations. Community league boards experience turnover. When a volunteer treasurer steps down, the institutional knowledge of how to track, verify, and pay these specialized bills goes with them. Passing along the monthly utility tracking to rotating groups of everyday neighbors is a recipe for administrative failure and systemic inefficiency. We have received letters of support from 8 community leagues: Riverbend, The Ridge, Lansdowne, Bellevue, North Millbourne, Twin Brooks, Oak Hills, and Capilano, voicing their anxieties over these proposed changes, and have ensured their perspectives land directly in your inboxes, so you know the real on-the-ground impacts of what's being proposed. For many years, a centralized utility line item existed within the city's budget. This was a deliberate, structural choice designed to shield volunteers from unnecessary bureaucratic red tape. Administration's report argues that direct billing aligns with standard utility cost models. But we have to ask, why dismantle a centralized system that has successfully worked for decades, only to replace it with a fragmented one? It creates unnecessary work for the league volunteers, and ultimately, it will create more work for city staff when discrepancies inevitably arise, as we saw already this past year. While the report states that there is no immediate financial burden on leagues because of the temporary funding, We have to look past the immediate horizon. Moving this money to an unfunded service package for the 2027-2030 budget cycle creates intense, unnecessary financial anxiety for our leagues. If this money is eventually permanently absorbed into general grants, it becomes highly vulnerable to future city budget cuts. Leagues should not have to come back to City Hall every budget cycle to fight for grant money just to pay a utility bill back to a city-owned utility like EPCOR. Leagues already pay their other utilities, but they are directly responsible for these and can put measures in place to reduce the costs, such as better HVAC systems, higher-end windows and doors, solar panels. Stormwater drainage bill can't be accounted for in this way. Currently, EPCOR is charging many leagues for all of the parkland surrounding the tripartite land, not just the 0.8 hectare. This is also very technical, practical risk here regarding how this money is distributed. Rolling stormwater funding into the CLOG grant hides the money. EPCOR's bills are calculated based on legal land descriptions. And in many cases, as I said, these descriptions do not cleanly match the actual tripartite. Finally, I want to address administration's argument that direct billing is fair because it treats community leagues the same as other organizations. Equality is treating everyone the same, and equity is providing the specific support needed for everyone to succeed. Leagues are not corporate entities. They are not professionally staffed agencies with full-time accounting departments. They are groups of neighbors giving up their evenings and weekends. And so treating them the same as well-resourced organizations is equality, but not equity. Leagues deserve distinct, tailored support that recognizes their unique volunteer structure. 97% of our surveyed leagues have asked you not to give them this job. So on behalf of EFCL and Edmonton's community leagues, I ask this committee to reject administration's recommendation. Let's keep this process centralized. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. And next we have James Bradshaw from the Ridge Community League.
Dear Chair and members of the committee, my name is Jim Bradshaw, and as past president, I'm speaking on behalf of the Ridge Community League. We formally oppose the City Administration's recommendation to rescind the December 2025 motion and therefore download the direct billing of EPCOR stormwater management charges onto volunteer-run community leagues. Formed in 1994, the Ridge Community League has fundraised and built a park and playground in each of its 3 communities. 5 years ago, we built a community center and NHL-sized skating rink at Haddo that converts into courts in the summer. Most recently, we built 2 community gardens. For our community center and rink, our utility bill in October 2024 jumped from an anticipated $800 to $1,731. This was my introduction to stormwater charges, and it took me several weeks to get EPCOR to issue a credit of $922. This all came back again in April 2025 with a stormwater charge of $1,035, followed by a charge of $1,220 in May of 2025. Currently, the Ridge Community League is invoiced about $1,206 per month, or $14,500 per year for stormwater charges. This represents about 69% of our annual Community League operating grant. The stormwater charge is based on an assumed 43,800 square meters of land, according to EPCOR invoicing. Our licensed land at Haddo Park is only about 8,200 square meters. While we appreciate the city has currently allocated funding to offset these costs for the immediate term, the decision to shift the administrative burden of municipal infrastructure billing onto neighborhood volunteers is a step backward for civic partnership. We strongly urge Council to uphold its December 2025 direction and amend the tripartite license agreement to have the city handle these payments directly with EPCOR. We believe the following relevant points must be considered before a decision is made. Number 1, 2 systems are created by the city. Parkland with and parkland without a community league building. There's no benefit. The city will still have to continue to manage parkland without a community league building anyway. Point number 2, no public policy benefit is achieved. The city historically has been paying for stormwater runoff from parkland. Under the new system, EPCOR charges community leagues, we pay the stormwater charges, and then the city provides grants to us. The net financial result is the same as if the city continues to pay directly. What public benefit is created by adding extra steps, paperwork, invoicing, grant administration, auditing, and reporting requirements? The policy change increases administrative complexity without reducing costs or improving service. Number 3, parkland is a municipal asset. Community leagues do not own the parkland in question. We are stewards of small licensed portions of the parkland that benefit our residents. The runoff generated is from municipal parkland that is under the city's ownership and control. Stormwater charges should follow ownership. Number 4, downloading municipal costs is a dangerous precedent. Once one municipal cost is shifted to community leagues, what other costs could follow? Establishing a principle where municipal infrastructure costs can be transferred to volunteers is not a precedent that should be set. Number 5, financial risk for volunteer organizations. Even if grants initially cover the charges associated with the stormwater, future councils are not bound to maintain those grants. Will grants always increase when stormwater rates increase? Will grants remain available during budget reductions? Under the pre-2025 system, the risk rests with the city, the owner of the land. Under the proposed system, the risk is transferred to a volunteer-based community organization. Number 6, increased administrative burden on community leagues. This proposal will require monitoring of utility bills, budgeting for charges, grant applications, audits, and reconciliations. Number 7, reduced transparency. Previously, the city paid for stormwater charges directly. Under this current system, the cost will move through the community league budgets, making it harder to understand the city's actual cost of maintaining parkland. Number 8, what problem is being solved? The system prior to 2025 worked. What does a functioning system, why does the functioning system need to be replaced? Number 9, community leagues deliver significant value. Our activities save the city substantial money and contribute to broader municipal goals. The city should be reducing barriers to volunteer organizations, not creating additional administrative obligations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jim. So now I'll go to the board and see if we have any questions for our speakers. Looking for the board.
Great.
Oh, just me? Oh. No, but you selected it, so go ahead.
Okay, cool. Yeah. You're in the wrong committee. Oh, I'm in the wrong committee. That's why it's gray. Sorry about that.
I've done that too.
Good eyes, good spot in that. So, awesome. Let me just pull up my notes here. Like for Laura, there, I have some questions. So I heard in the report there, updating the tripartite agreement may be a barrier to doing this work that we've asked administration to do. Is that a significant challenge for leagues to take on?
There's been about 3 amendments to the tripartite already since 2021, and I have a bunch sitting in my inbox this week. So anytime there's a change of school board boundaries or readjustment of boundaries, it is updated and amended. So it doesn't seem to be a big issue, no.
Okay. That answers my second question too, I guess, so I won't ask that. Then I was wondering about the $1 million there, just under $1 million, I guess, been allocated to leagues through the CLOG for funding there. Is that covering expenses right now, or do we know, or?
My understanding is that it should cover the amount. The city has the exact amount from EPCOR, but it does include the parkland as well. So it is probably beyond what is needed for leagues.
It's beyond what's needed for leagues.
My understanding.
Okay.
I don't see any of these bills. So.
Oh, okay. Sounds good. And then I guess if that was rescinded, if we put this back on the city?
If what, sorry?
If we didn't accept the recommendation from the city, if that would be rescinded, I assume, how would that affect leagues?
Well, my understanding is that it would, if it was rescinded, it would, I don't know, at this point, that money is needed to pay the stormwater. Our point is that it should be paid by the city to EPCOR directly.
Okay. You mentioned some discrepancies you found in the billing, or that they have?
Yeah, there was quite a few leagues over the last year that weren't paid quite enough, and so Jim can probably speak to this much better than I can, but it was a huge exercise in diligence to kind of stay on top of all the billing, then look at what the city was paying back, and there was a discrepancy often of, I think one league was out quite a bit of money. I think most leagues were generally okay, but back and forth of about 1,000, 1,500 was in or out, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can ask Jim that too, actually, in a minute here, but I'll go back to what's. He spoke a little bit about the differences between nonprofits, other nonprofits, and community leagues. Did you want to elaborate on that at all?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm not clear about what other organizations the city supports in this way, and so I know in my meeting with administration that came up that they wanted to be able to provide a consistent approach with other organizations, but I would say that, as Jim pointed out, because of the unique nature of the leagues sitting on the licensed land, the land belonging to the city, that is a unique relationship with the leagues building the infrastructure on the land. So I do think this is unique, and I just wish that we could have a more unique approach to how we manage the payments for it.
Okay. And then I guess the last question I had, I'm just all over the place, and I'm sorry, is the community leagues without facilities, but with dedicated tripartite land. They're not being charged for stormwater services.
If they have tripartite land, they might. I think it's based on
Is
if
that a
there's
question for
any
admin?
infrastructure on there. If there's a parking lot on there or any sort of building, that's when the stormwater fee is charged.
That's when it's charged. So if they don't have anything, they're not charged.
Correct.
So it's
But
already,
to my knowledge, yeah,
so there's already an inconsistency there.
that's right.
Okay. All right, thanks. And for Jim, I guess, too, I'll go ask Jim about the discrepancies.
Discrepancies on invoicing?
Yeah, tell me about that.
So 2024, we were the first ones in October 24 to see the stormwater charges hit. And nobody could explain where it came from. I finally got EPCOR to rescind the $992. And then next year, we started getting the invoices, and dealing with the city, it was, okay, this is what you're going to be refunded with your clog. And we were $1,300 short, which, again, you still owe us more money, and we did get that back. And I'm going through that same process again in December. I said, you're going to be off, just hold off just a little bit. And yes, there's discrepancies again this year. So it's been the norm every year, 3 years in a row.
3 years of that, eh? Okay, cool. Thanks. Appreciate that. I was just curious, and off topic, no, it's not really off topic. What's the percentage of the clog? Because you're getting this paid out in the clog, correct? The storm.
Well,
You know what? I don't have any more time. I'll just hold off. Thanks.
Actually, your time froze at 9 seconds there.
Oh.
You can come back for another round. Okay, maybe Laura, do you both want to just stand there rather than hopping up and down? I have a feeling you're both going to be asked
fair
questions. So if you want to see some bills, I've got some from some of my community leagues back in 2025 forwarded to me with their concerns about it. So I'm just wondering, when they, and maybe it's administration I need to ask this, but I will ask you, is there on the clog sort of EFT form that they get showing the clog going into their account, does it indicate parts for stormwater charges and your regular clog? Actually, Jim, you might know that.
Jim might know this best.
Yeah.
That's it's been relayed to me via email correspondence with the city.
Okay,
so it does show a separate stormwater reimbursement.
It was a typewritten email explaining this is how much your actual clog is.
Okay.
This is what the refund is for the stormwater charges.
So as long as the city continues that process, any future boards would have that information?
Yes, but again, where does that information go? Does it go to the treasurer? Does it go to the president? The invoice itself is one total amount.
Okay.
And I know that leagues have been confused in the past by that with, they get funding, but they don't know which grant it was that they got it from. So,
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and sorry, what was it? And Jim, you said you were billed for 43,000 square meters versus 8,000 that you have in land?
The monthly invoice is on 43,000 square meters. Our licensed land is 8,200.
And so what's the difference?
Nobody's ever been able to explain to me where EPCOR gets the number from, but going to Google Earth, that you can outline areas, and it'll give you a square meters. Nearest I can tell includes the playground, the parkland around the community league, excludes the first place housing, and excludes the school zone at the north end.
Okay, that was going to be my other question, of what if there's a school that shares the land? But what's the dollar value then, approximately?
That we're invoiced per month?
Yeah.
$220. So it's $14,000
a year.
A year.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. And Lori, did you have something else?
I don't think so. No.
Okay. Okay. I think most of my questions are for administration. Then. Okay. I will wait on that and turn it over to Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Chair Wright. Ms. Shepley, you had said that it's difficult for the community leagues to pay these specialized bills. Can you explain that further? How is it that it's difficult to pay the bill? Can you explain that to me?
I think, I think Jim can jump in here too, but I think my understanding is when the bill comes in, as Jim has said, it's quite a bit more than what they're used to. They're having to wait for the reimbursement. If they don't have the cash to pay that, they have to wait for the reimbursement. This is definitely where it was bumpy in 2025, and I know that administration wants to make it smoother going forward, but some leagues had to wait 4 to 6 months to get the money in order to pay that bill. And so they're also having to make sure that they've got the money held aside in the meantime to pay it. So it's just more a matter of, moving the money around to pay it. And it's again, not something that they're used to. This amount of money is a new charge that they're having to pay. Is there anything that you want to add on that?
Okay, I think I understand what you meant by that then. And I see that the city administration has recommended that the city give the money at the beginning of the year for the community league to pay those charges. Now, do you think that that will address this concern?
I think the concern of the, as Jim mentioned about the financial inequities or the discrepancies in the billing is what's going to be the problem, is that leagues are now going to have to do a lot of double checking to make sure that they got the correct amount of money from city administration, that it covers it accurately, and then it's the going back and forth if there's any discrepancy. And that takes a lot of time, a lot of extra energy on behalf of leagues.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Bradshaw, I just wanted to ask you, you had explained the issue that you had, and I was just wondering, I thought you had said that it was over several years that you've had this concern, but this is something new to 2025, correct?
The first charge we received was October 2024, and
okay.
It took me a lot of correspondence with EPCOR to get them to retract that and issue a credit. And then we start receiving the invoices in March of 2025.
Okay, so the first time you were charged directly by EPCOR in October 2024?
We've always been invoiced directly by EPCOR. It's part of our bill.
Okay.
So 1 month you'll see...
for stormwater expenses?
It comes in with our utility bill.
Okay.
So it's another line item of $1,200 per month.
Okay. So, sorry, what were you saying about the October 2024?
Sorry, repeat that, please.
You had said that you were first charged by EPCOR in October of 2024?
That's correct. We were invoiced $992, I think, was the charge. And my correspondence with EPCOR over the last 5 years consists of a binder this thick, and I print double-sided on the pages.
Okay.
I spend a lot of time on the telephone and correspondence and trying to find the right contact people at EPCOR to deal with a multitude of other issues, and stormwater has been just one of several.
All right.
If I may, Councillor, I think part of this has to do with a change that occurred at the Utilities Committee back in June of 2024, and I think somehow the Ridge was one of the first leagues to kind of have that change shifted and noted on their stormwater, on their EPCOR bills.
Okay, all right, thank you.
So clearly a volunteer capacity issue.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Tang?
Yeah, no, you're right. That was part of the PBR rate setting, and stormwater for some of these properties, they were a new thing. So the first year was direct billing to the leagues, is what I heard in that last exchange, right?
I think it was some leagues. I don't think it was consistent. Yeah.
So the inconsistency, which I think administration tried to address in this report.
Yeah.
And then the following year was more centralized, so everybody was.
Yeah, so as of April 2025 is when they realized we need to put the money out to community leagues.
Earlier,
and so the first installment went out in maybe August of 2025. So leagues were getting their bills sort of between January and May. Okay. That's when they saw that first payment required. And then the funding from the city came in August. And then another payment, and that was supposed to last until December.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then what you don't want, so you want to keep going with that system rather than direct billing.
We'd prefer to go back to what it was before that, where the city just paid the bill directly to EPCOR. EPCOR told the city this is how much is owed total for all the community leagues, and the city paid that directly.
So you're not saying that leagues shouldn't pay this. It's just that the process of how to administer that.
Yes.
And then right now on the league's utility bill, it includes water and wastewater. Is that right?
Yep.
And you feel that's just a bit more clear cut, and so no need to be more centralized like before.
We have control over what we use for water and power and gas. We do not have control over wastewater.
You mean stormwater?
Stormwater that's falling on the adjacent soccer fields.
Yeah.
Or on the city licensed land that the city owns.
Okay. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions for our speakers? Does not look like it, so we will thank our speakers for coming today. Have a seat, and we'll see if we can get this sorted out for you. Questions for administration. Councillor Morgan, you selected this?
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks. I'm going to start with the first one there. There's some confusion over what other organizations in the city do we support that are kind of referred to for the consistency piece there.
Yeah, so Councillor, when we made that statement in the report, I'm speaking more kind of from a principle-based approach. I don't know if there's like EFCL said, they're a very unique property type. There's not a lot of them around the city. So there's probably nothing that's directly comparable. What I was trying to get is that external agencies that we fund usually cover and pay for their whole utility bill, whatever it includes. For the EFCL, they have this unique situation where they have a land size that's in their tripartite agreement that is much smaller than what's on the EPCOR bill, which is based on a different foundational land size assessment, which we're trying to accommodate to make sure that they're fully funded, so not put off any worse from a financial position.
Yeah.
If I had to name a couple, like Edmonton Ski Club might be one that's kind of has a bit more of a unique kind of structure around them that they have to deal with when it comes to stormwater charges. That might be one.
Okay. Not really like consistent across the board then, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, community leagues are pretty unique in the way they are. There's not a specific example that has other like similar features as community leagues.
Yeah, and one thing I was like kind of stuck on too was that like, I mean, we talked about consistency, and then like even and I asked our speakers there about it, was the before we got infrastructure on the land and after. It's like I guess we're paying for it. The city of Edmonton's paying for it, and then community leagues are paying for it. Is that correct?
That sounds right. I mean, maybe I'd have to defer to EPCOR. There's Anthony Nardi from EPCOR is here, but before he speaks, there, it's whichever infrastructure or property owner is on that parcel of land, whatever size it may be, and in this case, it's a lot of the community leagues. They're the ones that would be getting the bill. The history there of why this was with the city before that, it's a long history. When it goes back to when drainage services was still a tax-supported operation. So it's kind of reminiscent of that time, and though back then, the community league bills were funded through tax levy. And in 2002, they went to a drainage utility. And when that happened, the billing process didn't adjust with that. So we managed it as much as we could. Now with EPCOR kind of doing a catch-up of their stormwater billing process, the amounts have increased, the billings have increased, so we thought this would be a good time to kind of realign that. Acknowledging, like, everything that EFCL said here, we acknowledge the challenges and the issues with this. We don't disagree with them on anything they're saying.
Okay. And then I guess the other thing was the tripartite being a challenge, I guess, it was highlighted in the report as a challenge or a barrier to making those changes. We heard from speakers again that's changed three times in 5 years. Why is that a challenge for the city of Edmonton?
Yeah, so I can speak to that in more general terms. So I think what we're saying there is that what we're doing right now is we believe to be in line with the tripartite agreement, which states that the community leagues are responsible for all utility costs, including stormwater costs. Where it can be a bit challenging for us on the administrative side, not that we can't do it, we would have to go through each of those tripartite licensing agreements and amend each one to specifically, if this were to be reversed, to specifically state that stormwater is not something that is funded by community leagues. So the city is paying those costs, not the community leagues. That would have to be specifically amended in each one of those agreements. And then additionally, we'd have to pull back the funding that council's already approved to cover these costs. I'm not sure if Tracy has anything else to add to that. No. Yeah.
That $995 some odd $1,000.
Yeah, just under $1 million.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that's what we meant when we said administrative. There'd be some work to amend each and every one of those agreements.
Yeah, so I guess I'm frustrated because again, we talked about the consistency of like other organizations, which we don't really have in this report. Then we talked about tripartite agreement as a barrier, and it doesn't sound like it's, besides amending 163 agreements once, doesn't seem like that much of a barrier versus like the other, like all the work that has to be done to back and forth, especially with our volunteers, with like making sure that they're being paid appropriately. I'm struggling to find out why we can't do this now. So why?
No, those are fair comments. Like, and just to clarify, the tripartite agreement being a barrier, what we mean by that is like amending the agreement. So that does take time, but it's a one-time thing. So we could do it. It could get done. But then we'd be like on the flip side, we'd be managing that billing process on our side.
Which is what we're doing already. What we were doing.
Which
already,
was what we were doing until it became a lot more work. Once EPCOR started doing their phase 1, phase 2
work that people are paid to do versus volunteers.
Well, it depends on what, like, I mean, city administration paying bills on behalf of external organizations. So I would, I think there's a principle-based discussion to be had there. Again, this is all based on principles. We're trying to align it from a principle-based approach.
Thank you, Harm.
There's arguments on both sides. Sorry.
Because I want to ask questions. Okay. So, I mean, some community leagues have administrators that pay their bills and that too. So I guess it's not all strictly volunteers. But I'm just wondering, changing the tripartite contract agreement. I mean, it's digital. You can just go in and change the community league name and print off copies to get signed and everything, right? You don't have somebody sitting there typing out in triple carbon paper the agreements. Pretty quick and easy process, I would think. Just time consuming to get each community league to sign. Okay.
It's a process that we think may be unnecessary in this situation.
Okay. And I'm just wondering, so the stormwater charges are based on the size of the property, not necessarily the size or the amount of water that's used, correct? Or is that something I should be asking Anthony?
That's correct, but I would like Anthony to kind of expand on that a bit.
And he's part of the delegation.
Yeah, he's online
here. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Yes, thank you. Appreciate the opportunity. That's correct. Stormwater charges, so all customers pay the same daily rate for stormwater. However, the daily charge can vary depending on the area of the property, as well as surface permeability and the number of development or the amount of development on the property as well.
Okay, so it's not going to vary from month to month if the size of the property doesn't change, right? Like it's based on, and I don't know what the charge is per square meter.
Correct. Unlike water or wastewater charges, it's not tied to consumption.
Okay. So, and how often would that rate change subject to the PBR?
Correct.
Okay. So it's fairly accurate then to estimate what the charges are going forward for the year, right?
That's correct.
It's a fairly predictable. Sorry, Anthony, go ahead.
Yeah, based on the factors that I had mentioned, the calculation can be forecasted quite accurately.
Okay, so I'm just wondering why there would be a need to double check, to have a volunteer at the Community League double check the calculations each month.
That might be a question that's better for EFCL, but I can speak to, as Laura was mentioning, in the first year there were some challenges. Like we're not gonna.
Oh, I know. I've got the emails from some of my leagues. Yeah. So I just want to make sure going forward, though, it should be.
We think it should be easier. There's always going to be something that doesn't reconcile that the EPCOR and city administration would have to get involved with to support that process with the community leagues. But we think it should be a lot smoother moving forward.
Okay. And if it is smoother moving forward, and we know what the billing's going to be, why can't the city just pay it?
So again, Councillor, goes back to that principle-based approach of how stormwater billings are billed. They're billed to the facility that's on that piece of land, and right now that is the community leagues. Okay, so we're trying to align that. That's the process we're trying to align consistently across the organization. This is a strange one-off situation that the city's kind of dealt with up until now, and we think now would be a good time to realign it because there's going to be more of this happening with EPCOR kind of fixing their stormwater billing process and making sure that they're charging all locations that haven't previously been charged appropriately for stormwater charges.
Okay. And I'll just maybe confirm with Anthony as well, if there is a school sharing some of that land as well, who gets charged for that? Is it the school board or is it the community?
Correct. That would be reflected in the way that the charges are divvied up for that parcel.
So I can share an example with you, Councillor. So when we talked with EPCOR and they walked us through a couple of examples, we saw there was a large parcel of land that was kind of divided three ways, and on one of those third sections was a community league, on another one was a school facility of some sort, and then there was a rec facility. Okay. So in the report I mentioned that our ultimate goal is to kind of realign EPCOR's billing system so that the community leagues are only charged based on what's in the tripart license agreement, the 800 hectares that was referred to earlier. It's a process though, so if you adjust it downwards for the community leagues, then one of those other two properties are going to be assessed a higher stormwater charge, which might be fair, but we have to go through the process. If that's a school board, that's a discussion we have to have as well.
Okay, I'm going to come back because I also want to know why EPCOR can't carve out the community league from the billing. Okay, thank you. Councillor Tang?
Yeah, I was interested in this conversation because obviously being part of the utility committee, helping to set the PBR, at the time not realizing perhaps some of these consequences. And then secondly, you know, one of the 8 letters that came to me was from a league in my ward. So just going back, everybody pays for stormwater utility, correct?
Correct.
Prior to the last PBR, which is in 2024.
Correct.
But through that process, EPCOR identified some properties, like the tripartite land, like golf courses, some parking lots, surface parking lots, weren't actually paying for that, for their portion. Is that right?
Yes, EPCOR identified properties, and Anthony could probably speak to this a bit more, that were underbilled, that weren't charged for stormwater charges previously. Mm-hmm. They were never charged for them, and now they're making sure those properties are charged for them. The first phase is the ones that already have water meters, so they can track them, and the second phase will be ones that don't have water meters, so that's going to take a bit more work for EPCOR to do.
So at that time, when properties, they weren't actually paying for it because they weren't charged for it, it just falls on everybody else to kind of pay that stormwater. Is that right?
Correct, 100%. So with more properties being charged appropriately for stormwater charges now, the cost being spread out more equitably to the right.
So that's like the principle of like equity, or just making sure everybody pays for
their fair share.
The utility that they're using, whether or not it's based on consumption, but there is an underground utility that needs to exist for the whole system to work.
Correct, yeah, and if you look back to previous budget discussions we've had in the last couple of years, the city properties are also being billed more for, like, our golf courses and things, so we've also approved budget for that. And we would continue, if we do this process that we were recommending it, we would bring forward the budget requests on behalf of the community leagues to make sure that they have the right amount of funding.
And can you just remind me if City Parkland was that new category of ratepayer in this last round? Or have we always paid for just general City Parkland, not tripartite, just general City Parkland?
I don't know. I'm not 100% sure on that. I'm not sure if Anthony has any details on that.
Sorry, with regards to stormwater billing of Parkland?
Of Parkland.
Well, we're currently going through the process of determining any unbilled sites through phase one that was mentioned.
Sorry, I guess what I'm asking is like for the unbilled sites in that phase one, does it include City Parkland in general?
Correct. City-owned land would have been considered as part of that.
So City Parkland didn't used to pay for stormwater or weren't charged for stormwater?
In some cases, it would have been. There may have been parcels that would have been unbilled.
Okay, that's good to know. I was just curious. And so the additional principle around people, like ratepayers pay for the utility that they use, that was also set during the PBR process. Is that right?
Correct.
So if people are interested in the principle, or when is the next time? When is the next time we're talking about rate setting? Because it's coming up.
Yeah, so your next PBR application is January 31st, 2028 would be the start of that. And so we're going to start that process this fall, actually, when you see your PBR applications coming in.
So I think
next fall, sorry.
So potentially some of this conversation could be also for the next year when this is a big conversation with utility, right?
Potentially, yeah.
Like principles, or maybe not the billing, but surface areas, like what's included, what's not. So if you were to amend, I guess I'm just wondering, if you were to amend and you tripartite, as some of the other councillors were suggesting, you could do it.
Yeah, like the only thing I would say is like we wouldn't be looking to amend any of the principles in the utility charging rate setting process in the PBR. Like those are sound. We believe in those. We do see there's a misalignment here where the community leagues definitely they're on a land parcel based on APCOR's billing system, which is based on the city's land title assessment, that is bigger than what they're using. And so we acknowledge that. That's not correct, that's not right. And we're trying to amend that by just making sure that they have enough funding to cover off that excess charge that they're being billed for.
So that's why we have this report here, for you to course correct a bit, right?
Right, that's what we're recommending, yeah.
I guess I'm just suggesting that if there's any like bigger conversations people want to have, about how big the land is that you're charging for the stormwater infrastructure. That could be potentially for next year.
Sure, yeah.
Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Principe?
Thank you, Chair Wright. I do have a question for Anthony. I'm not sure if you heard the concern that Mr. Bradshaw had brought forward about how they had to be reimbursed or refunded by EPCOR because of overcharges. Is that something that's typical that you're seeing, or is that something that has been recognized and addressed, or is this something that we should expect many community leagues to have this concern?
I did hear the concern. I wouldn't say it's typical. We are aware of a few cases that we've reviewed for billing accuracy, but I wouldn't characterize it as a typical occurrence.
Okay, is there any work that has been done to ensure that, because as it was stated, these are volunteers that are, and many may not even recognize that that maybe if they were overbuilt, many may not even realize that they have been. So is there any work, and I believe that this report that we have from administration is showing that maybe work has been done or will be done to ensure that there is an overcharge?
Correct, and we're currently reviewing, as part of the phase 2 of stormwater billing, we're reviewing parcels to determine the correct billing for stormwater. We have an obligation to recover the appropriate costs from all parcels within the city of Edmonton, as it is a community-wide benefit in terms of stormwater services. So,
Okay, great, thank you. And yeah, and to administration, I guess, no, you know what, that's okay. I'm done with my questions. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. I'm just wondering, Anthony, how come it can't be split up to show what land is the community league and they get charged for it, and then everything else that's parkland near them gets billed to the city?
so the area that we use for the determination of stormwater billing is the legal land description. So in the case of a shared parcel, we work with the owner, and at their discretion, we bill according to how they would like the charges divided amongst the tenants, if I could use an example.
So then does the city have to be the ones to basically subdivide the community league land from the parkland? So that you've got separate legals?
If it was a separate legal land parcel, we would bill according to that area.
And now that could be a big undertaking, I'm sure.
And that's kind of some of the stuff we referenced in the report is like, that's our objective, is to try to realign it with the APCOR billing system to be aligned with the tripartite licensing agreement. The devil's in the details. Once you get into that, we don't know how much work that'll be or how long that could take.
Okay.
But that's something we're pursuing.
Okay. And then I'm just wondering if we were to accept the recommendation in the report to rescind the ongoing funding source for stormwater, where are you going to get that from?
If you accepted the recommendation, so the recommendation in the report is basically just to keep things status quo. So we've already made this change. The funding is already in place. You've already approved that as a council. In the fall budget deliberations, a motion was made to reverse this. And so we're asking for that not to be done for the reasons we've stated in the report.
Okay, and if we reversed it or rescinded this, the next time we could look at it would be the PBR in January 2028, or that would be the next decision point.
You could revisit this item anytime you would like, but the next decision point for the billing process for stormwater charges, that's where you could look at that. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I think that's all for me as well. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to be clear that while it's funded right now, as mentioned, the PBR might change the utility rate. And if we go as is presented right now, that would have to be we'd have to fund that gap, which again gets less and less likely as time goes on, potentially.
That's the hope. We're hoping that gap gets smaller. If it doesn't, that's where we said we would make sure that we continue to provide appropriate funding for the full stormwater charges for community leagues. It'll be a part of the ongoing discussion that we're having with you on all city facilities. There's going to be more cost for stormwater charges coming for all of our facilities. We would package as a part of that, just like we did in the fall. So we're working with APCOR to understand their phases of how they're doing this. And as more information we get, we kind of understand what the budget impact is going to be. So we usually bring a funding ask to council for that, for city facilities, and in that we also say for Edmonton Federation of Community Leagues. So that's how we've done it previously, and that's how we'll continue to do it moving forward.
But do you see so this is the problem where sometimes there's community process, and then there's administration and public administration process. And it's funny because I actually when I did my master's, we were in the School of Public Administration. So there was a public administration master's, and then there's a community development master's. And we had times where we collaborate with the two, and it was interesting to see just how different our paradigms were, even as two different groups studying. So I think what I struggle with is you cannot presuppose that council will fund anything. And so it creates uncertainty, even if the intention is there. These leagues, I've heard from so many community leagues about how the rising costs of utilities are crushing them. Not just stormwater, but electricity, the water, right? For like, a lot of them are not considering doing rinks anymore because the water costs for a rink, and then having the freeze thaw, and they're not getting the benefit of that. So I guess that's where, if we have that intention and we're covering those costs, then it will always be in the base budget. But if we split it out the way it is now, and then it puts a neon light around that this isn't something that we necessarily pay for, it's a grant. Grants are always going to be more up for debate. That's how I'm understanding the concern from the communities and the EFCL.
That's fair. That's completely fair. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. The only thing I might want to clarify there is that we haven't landed on whether this flows through the grant or whether we create a specific different funding stream for the stormwater charges. So we're still contemplating how to do that. So there has been some discussion that this will flow through the CLOG. We're still going back and forth with that. All we've done so far this year is we've made sure the money's in the bank account on January 1st in advance of the payments. We would have put it all there, but we knew this discussion was happening, so we're going to put the other half in, depending on how this discussion goes, over the summer.
But then I just I just wonder, because like I see both sides, and I understand the principled piece that you're talking about, but I also think about, like, we have talked so many times at this table since I've been a councillor on efficiency, and I think about how much time my office has had to put into inquiries about stormwater, let alone probably every other council here, let alone community services branch and NRCs under Jen Flyman, let alone your office, Harm. And when we think about all of that time that we've spent, I don't understand how this transition has been more efficient. That's what I'm struggling with.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you. So far, it's been a lot of work to do the transition. All I can say is the transitions they take a lot of time to do, and hopefully in the long run it becomes a better process, which is what we're trying to do.
Okay, I'll leave it there.
Thank you very much, Councillor Rutherford. Seeing no other questions, I think Councillor Morgan wants to put a motion on the floor.
Yeah, I have a referral motion. Okay to read it out?
Please go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
Excuse me, that the June 8th, 2026 Financial Services Report FS 03342 be referred back to administration to undertake the original scope of work as outlined in the motion passed at the December 1st, 2025 City Council budget debate, and return with any policy or bylaw amendments required for this direction.
And did you want to introduce that?
I think it's pretty self-explanatory. Thanks.
Okay. Any questions? Anyone to speak to the motion? Go ahead, ask a question. Oh, and I see Councillor Principe. Go first, please.
Sorry, was that for asking questions?
Yes.
Where are we? Yeah, I don't have any questions.
Okay, that's for speaking then. Okay, so Councillor Tang has a question, then we'll go to that first.
Okay. Just trying to wrap my head. Can you just explain to me what your understanding of this is?
Yeah, so
what happens next?
The way I would understand this is, so there would be no need for a bylaw. It's not going to impact a bylaw or a policy. So we would go and amend each and every one of those tripartite licensing agreements to specifically state that stormwater charges are not the responsibility of community leagues and will be funded by the city. So we do that for all 160, whatever there are. And then we would go, and again, the devil's in details. I don't know what that, hopefully it's not as complex as I've been told it could be. And then we would bring a motion forward in the fall budget discussions to remove the money from EFCL's budget and allocate it back to the city budget so we can fund those utility costs on EFCL's behalf. So that's how I would interpret that.
That's okay. So first is the amended, and then you'll do this before budget?
We would bring that through the budget discussion. It would be in the budget we bring forward in the fall.
Sorry, I mean between now and then you'll amend these agreements.
Yep.
And then bring all this back. Okay.
Right.
Perfect.
Yeah. So for the remainder of this year, it'll probably run the way it is currently running, because we'd have to amend the agreements, get those finalized, and then we'd bring forward the budget adjustment in the fall. So in
that-
2027, the process would align with the way this motion's intending it to align.
And that'll be that moving forward. So what does this mean for the principal? Because you mentioned this a few times around having a principle-based framework for PBR.
Right. So this would not be aligned with the principle of.
So would you have to go back amended for the next PBR?
No, I wouldn't. I would, like I said, like this is the PBR. This shouldn't result in a change to the PBR framework or the principles. I think those are correct. This is a unique situation that we're trying to find an answer to. We've proposed what we think the solution is in the report. This motion is suggesting otherwise, so we will choose one of those two options.
And so, like in the next round of PBR, we'll just say same principles with a caveat with that we're making an exception for community league. Are we doing this for the ski club too?
Ski Club pays their stormwater charges through their utility bill.
Okay, thank you.
And the ski club uses all the land pretty well that they pay the stormwater charges for, right?
I haven't looked at that specifically, but I think there's a better alignment between what they're billed and their usage of land.
Okay. And then I just have a question here. So from some correspondence one of my community leagues received, it says that in January they would have received just for the first 6 months of 2026. And so the remainder then I'm assuming will be paid July or?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure that that's not lost in the shuffle of things as well.
Yep.
Okay. Yep, that's all I have. So I think we're going, and no other questions, so Councillor Principe to speak to this?
Thank you, Chair Wright. Yeah, this is a very tough one, as most are tough decisions, especially because I know that this potentially could cause more work or burden for community leagues for the transition time. And these are volunteers that we all very much appreciate. However, I am concerned with possible unintended consequences and possibly more bureaucracy if this motion were to pass. I think at this point, I'm in support of administration's recommendation to rescind. But I just needed to say that I do appreciate the concerns coming from EFCL and the community leagues. And I know that we'll be there to support you. However it goes, we'll be here to support you along the way. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, I just briefly want to speak to this for a few reasons. First, I think I don't think that this is a city process that that I don't want to conflate with utility regulation and rate setting and the PBR. I think that let's just have those two conversations separately. We have set a really strong principle and rate, and I remember right before the last PBR, reading through the thick binder on the rate filing and why we got to where we are, and it makes sense. But there is an unintended consequence of now there's this group that is, for the most part, completely volunteer run. We say they're critical social infrastructure, and whether it's in the transition or not, we've created more mental load and mental work for those volunteers. So what we're actually talking about today has nothing to do with rate filing. It has everything to do with about how do we work in partnership with what we consider to be really important community partners. And I've said it time and time again, we need to stop, we need to make it as easy as possible for community leagues to do the great work that we want them to do in our communities and to focus on doing the things that community leagues are there to do. Not have, copious amount of time at board meetings or volunteer hours stressing about how they're going to cover a stormwater bill. let alone the staff time that I've already highlighted. And I think that, you know, again, I don't fault administration for what they've put forward in this report. I think they've put their best advice forward from what their perspective is. But this is exactly why we have council, to be able to say, okay, but we have a different perspective and we're going to bring that perspective forward. So I want to highlight that this isn't a failure on administration or anything like that. This is actual governance and collective, if this passes, collective democracy in action. So I want to just really frame it that way as well. I think that the most powerful thing that was mentioned by the public speakers, and that I think is really important to highlight here, is that equality versus equity piece. And I think that oftentimes what I have seen in my tenure, be it with this conversation around community leagues or in a plethora of other ones, is we tend to try to treat everybody equally. But we really need to think about equitable. And this is a case in point example where I think by going forward, by referring this back, by continuing to amend the tripartite agreements and just saying we understand how different these structures are, these institutions are, we're going to have some really hard conversations at community leagues going forward. There's no doubt. We've got the one coming up around the capital gap, right? And there's going to be some hard conversations, and there's going to be some things that I know I'm going to have to probably disappoint residents with, but this is one way that from an operational perspective, we can really just make it easier for community leagues to do the work that we want them to do. 97% is also a powerful number of people that said, we'd really not like to have this. So for those reasons, I will be supporting the referral motion, and look forward to seeing the budget adjustment where we would then adjust to have that funding come back into city budget so that we can directly pay that. Thank you.
I think I'm next because you're closing, hey? Okay. So my initial thoughts was I was okay with rescinding the motion. But in discussion, understanding the anxieties of the volunteers that we rely heavily on to deliver so many programs and services that activate our communities, bring our neighbors together. And I have seen that anxiety myself back when this first reverted over to the community leagues being billed directly. So, if we can help to make their lives a little bit simpler so that they can continue to go on and do what they were meant to do, then I'm all for that. I also think it might spur administration on to perhaps look at sort of subdividing and changing the legal descriptions on these so that the community leagues aren't held liable or responsible for the full amount of the land that surrounds them, and not just their own league resources. So thank you, Councillor Morgan, for bringing this forward, and happy to support it.
And thanks very much. My colleague said it way better than I would. I'd just say that, having spent years in the community league movement myself as president, as civics director, as a general volunteer, it's these institutions are built on the blood, sweat, and tears of volunteers, and anything we can do to support the great work that they do in our community should be done. So I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. And we have a subsequent to item 7.2 from Councillor Rutherford. If you want to go ahead, please, Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, so I will move that Community and Public Services Committee recommend to City Council that $425,000 from council contingency funding and $500,000 from community safety and well-being funding on a one-time basis totaling $925,000 to be used for day shelter spaces for the winter 2026-2027 season.
And 2 minutes to introduce, please.
Yeah, it's just bringing it back to the topic we had. I think we have a really good plan forward for whether it comes funded or unfunded to debate and discuss the trade-offs and the pros and cons on a more long-term sustainable space around day shelters for the next 4-year budget. But we have a gap between what we funded and, you know, what this report highlighted was the significant usage of those day spaces and the imminent winter months that I don't want to even think about at this point, but they will be on us sooner than we'd all like. We'd like our summer to continue for a long time. But they will be upon us soon, and we are going to have a gap if we don't. So this is my intended way to fill that gap. And I know before lunch, I had asked about the community safety and well-being funding and was told that it was all allocated. I since was able to ask some further questions and found out that there was actually a rollover of $500,000 from 2025 that was unused that is still available for 2026. So that's where that $500,000 is. It's not fully the $1 million. You know, there is another option where we could do $75,000 for FSR. I chose to just leave it at $925. It still gives us a really strong foundation to bridge that gap while we have that bigger 4-year conversation. And this would obviously go to council for final approval.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. So this will just be sort of a bridge until we look at the overall budget, right? Okay. I guess to administration, my concern is sort of, we seem to be doing a lot of piecemeal stuff, patching things together. Are we going to get a more, just more holistic view of things, either whether it be with the CSWB framework, whether it's, I think we've got another report coming with our next Community and Public Services meeting.
Certainly, and that's, I think, the whole intention of the 4-year budget cycle is to really look at all of the services that the city is providing and making sure that council is comfortable with the overall look. I think that the intention, what I'm hearing from Councillor Rutherford is until that larger conversation can happen, wanting to have a bit of a bridge in this particular case. But certainly, yes, the short answer is we will be providing a more holistic view of our CSWB funds, for example, as well as you'll see on our homeless and housing work that we do. There are some reports coming up.
Okay, okay. And I do appreciate this coming forward in advance of the snow falling, because that seems to be when we address it every year. So thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Any other questions? Anyone to speak to it? Councillor Rutherford to close. Please
Nothing
vote.
further.
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. All right. We have no responses to councillor inquiries, no private reports or motions pending. Any notices of motion and motions without customary notice? We are adjourned. Thank you all very much.